Thank you. Thank you, guys. So we got helicopters overhead. Yeah, if they order an evacuation, it's not going to be good because you can see the traffic backed up right here. Yeah, it's burning down the Hollywood Boulevard. That might be Franklin. Franklin is 1 block north of Hollywood. Actually, there's not even Franklin right there. That has to be Hollywood Boulevard. Yeah, that has to be Hollywood Boulevard. And it's getting windier, which is not good. Where's Hollywood Forever Cemetery? It's 2 miles east of here, so it's safe. They ordered stop making it political, guys. You guys are so silly with that. You make everything political.
It looks like, where is it? Yeah, it looks like extra orange. Is it Palisades Fire, Hollywood Hill? This is Hollywood Hill.
I don't know if you guys can see. Let me see if I can zoom in. That's not good. That bright light, maybe I should cross the street. Right behind that bright light that's kind of blinding us, you could see flames. They're headed right towards structures. I could see houses with their lights on, and the fire's going right toward them. Sorry, robot break. It always trips me out when I see robots delivering food around here. Thank you, guys. It's okay, Youngs. Thank you for trying. I need to get more mods.
It went through there a couple of hours ago, so that
yeah.
may be
See,
in that area,
I don't know if you guys can see.
A very large fire also burning
there
up in
are
the
flames
Malibu area along
to the left
coast
of that
this
bright light
vantage point as well. But here in the Palisades, very awesome sight when you look at it. So many homes lost, neighborhoods just wiped off here overnight. We were here till about 4 in the morning, and at that point in the Malibu, I should say in the Palisades village, some of the landmarks like the Gelson's store, the Ralph's grocery store, right in that heart of the area, they were still standing at 3 in the morning. Now, being told by neighbors up there who've gone through and tried to look even to see if their own homes are gone, a lot of that area is just wiped out. And this is the flank here. We see some fire trucks, some lights up there flashing in the darkness, trying to protect that big 3-story condo building off to the left of where those active flames are. But those flames have been roaring unchecked the last couple of hours, and they're also threatening some of the homes right down below, right above PCH here. Again, we are just north of Sunset as the Palisades fire continues to burn relentlessly. Back to you guys.
All right, Ed. Yes, the devastation continues. Of course, we're watching the Palisades fire. We're watching the Eaton fire in Altadena. The Hearst fire, we haven't forgotten about that. And now we have the new Sunset fire burning in the Hollywood Hills. It is absolutely devastating.
Yeah, I mean, you think about what Southern California is dealing with right now, unprecedented.
100%. I mean, we've heard that from the fire chiefs, whether that's from LA City, LA County. They haven't seen this in their 25-plus years, decades long in the fire industry, and it is coming to fruition fast and furious, unfortunately. We've been on the air with you, and we will continue to be on the air with you. Wall-to-wall coverage, commercial-free here on Fox 11. You can find us live on the internet, of course, too, foxla.com/live, and the Fox.
Haven't ordered an evacuation yet, have they?
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, okay.
I saw the first starting maybe like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, it just blew up quick.
Yeah, now there's a few of them going all the way down.
Oh, a few of them, really? Has it jumped La Brea?
I haven't gone past the break.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Another one going? Oh, wow. Yikes. Stay safe.
This is bad.
So I guess
where it is now, this new fire.
There's another fire. There's one at Gardner.
Do you guys think people are
so there's two going on.
Setting these fire?
He said that there were a couple.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, Gardner's right there, but
I mean, this one seemed to just kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, at first it was like all these other fires going on, and now
I mean, I know wind can
right
carry
here.
embers far, and this wind is crazy.
not going to be good.
Yeah.
It's apartment building after apartment building. No, the Hollywood sign is not on fire.
Are you doing a streak right now?
Yeah, I'm on TikTok. 5.5 thousand viewers.
I mean, it feels like the whole world is watching right now.
I know, seriously.
This is the worst it's been.
I don't remember it ever being this bad. I don't remember the Santa Anas being this bad.
Yeah.
Like during the day, usually it calms down, but they were crazy.
Yeah, they said the last time it was this windy was in 2011, but
Really?
it wasn't this dry though.
It wasn't.
So it's different.
Yeah.
And all that new stuff that grew in the last 2 years
Yeah.
is now burning.
Yep.
And then like this is the driest winter. It's
I know it hasn't rained at all.
yeah,
Like it's
really
it's
hot.
nuts.
Usually it's like pouring. Remember the last 2 years? It was
Yeah. We haven't gotten any rain.
Well, at least the wind is down and like.
I mean, it's still, yeah, the choppers are in there, which is a good thing, which means the winds can't be too bad. There's that hotspot on the left that's like approaching. I don't know if you could see it on the left side. That's
Wrath,
approaching.
you're
like
gonna
those
say you think
houses
some of
and
it is
stuff.
arson?
I literally just drove by it.
Or is it just like
Oh,
homeless
really?
people setting
And I
fires to
didn't,
try to stay
nothing was
warm?
happening. It was like 30 minutes ago.
Oh wow!
Clear.
Thank you guys for the gifts. Okay, focus. I'm sorry. Thank you, Corey. I may have to leave because, like I said, when those flames, I can't see the flames. It means it's gotten down at the bottom of the hill, which then could spread down here. So,
This
thank
is
you.
kind of wild.
We might be fucked.
Joe Rogan from July. Let me turn the sound on real quick.
I talked to a fireman once. This is one of the reasons that freaked me out. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. And there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds. And the wind's just blowing embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up, and they're landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up, and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do.
You just have to evacuate, right?
Nothing they can do. I talked to a fireman once. This is one of the reasons that freaked me out.
That was July.
I don't think walking toward the fire would be.
Yeah, I remember the Colorado fires a couple years ago.
Thank you. We will try to stay safe. The problem is that it moves like so quickly. What I'm worried about, Hannah, is the fires on the left. See where it's not big, but it's going toward those houses. You can see the policeman, like the lights on right there. Yeah. That is Hollywood Boulevard and La Brea. that is up in flames. Like
Hollywood Boulevard in La Brea.
Yeah. Right?
Is all of LA
Although it
going to
looks like
burn
it's
down?
coming down. It might be. If it's across Hollywood Boulevard, then we're getting close to sunset. No, this isn't the Sunset Fire. Do you know what they named this one?
I thought that was the Sunset Fire.
Is that what they called it?
Huh?
I don't know.
Yeah,
because
this
I
is
thought the Sunset one
Sunset
was
Fire.
yesterday, Crescent Heights. And
Is the new
it's a
fire.
one.
Oh,
Yeah, so this is the Sunset.
We've had the
this- they call
Palisades
this the Sunset
fire.
Okay.
Was it the Eaton fire and now the Sunset fire?
So I don't know. People were asking me.
I'm
if it's the
calling
Sunset Fire,
all
but
of
I
them
thought
the
one at
Newsom
Sunset in
fires.
Los Angeles
Shout out
was the Sunset
Blaine
Fire.
for that name.
Is West Covina at risk? I drove through West Covina last night, and there was a fire in West Covina. So yes, West Covina's at risk.
St. Floyd's, yeah, I know. I've been to LA a few times.
Thank you guys for the
I know how
follow.
big it is. But fire is destructive, man.
Yikes. Thank you guys for the follows. The funny thing is I was live.
There's not that many homes, so it's kind of more of a hiking area. Waddle's Mansion is at the bottom of the street on Hollywood and Pearson. And you know,
I don't think
there's
it's
a lot
that
of
close to the Hollywood sign
hard part is
currently.
There's a bunch of vegetation in the box
But-
canyon towards the top. You can kind of hike your way up to Mulholland from where we live.
It's near-ish
Benjamin,
there.
how long have you lived in the neighborhood there, and have you been through this drill before, had to evacuate?
No, we've lived here about almost 16 years, 17 years. This is the first time that we've had to evacuate. We've had not major mudslides, but mudslides. That's been kind of the big thing these past couple years. There wasn't expecting a fire. Definitely was not expecting a fire in my neighborhood tonight.
All right, Benjamin Vega, again, we applaud your efforts. So you see the flames and you take action right away.
Benjamin, have you ever been concerned about your proximity to Runyon Canyon? I mean, we all know what it looks like. It's beautiful to go up there and hike, but when you think about it, it's all wilderness area. Has that ever been concerning to you?
I think you're breaking up on me. So right now I can see the helicopters kind of going on the ridge. I don't know if they're dropping water or not, but yeah, they're dropping water now. So helicopters are dropping water on our ridge right now, if you can hear me.
Yeah, we're watching
That is
the
a
same
fantastic shot.
exact thing you are. I'm not sure if you can hear us now, but
I can hear you now.
Okay, I was wondering if you've ever been concerned about your proximity to Runyon Canyon. We talk about it. It's beautiful to go hiking. This time of year, it's very, very dry, and it's a wilderness area. There's a lot of brush out there.
It is a wilderness area, and there is a lot of brush. I've actually looked at it as a positive thing because it's fun to hike, fun to walk the dog when we had a dog, but it's a little scary now. But I can see the helicopters from my vantage point dropping water on the ridge. So hopefully they'll be able to save as many homes as they can. And the fire was kind of close to where we're at. Maybe you guys can tell me how it looks for me.
Well, we will try to zero in on that and try to figure it out for you. Where are you spending the night?
Don't know yet. We'll figure that out. Right now, I'm just gonna hang out and see what happens. And fortunately for us, we have the family, and as soon as the kind of the adrenaline goes down, we'll try to figure out where we're going to be tonight.
Benjamin, before we let you go, one last thing I need to ask, and that is, you saw that stellar water drop just as we did live here on NBC4. First thing that went through your mind when you saw that?
Yay! Hopefully it worked.
You're a man of few words.
Yay,
Fantastic.
California
Benjamin
finally
Vega there.
figured
We
out how
appreciate
water
it,
works.
And we, of course, will stay in contact.
All right, thank you guys.
Too little, too late.
Appreciate you guys
Stay
being on
safe.
top of it. Bye.
Stay
Good
safe.
luck out there.
All right, so we want to go now to NBC4's Julia Dang live.
Yes, Der Stroman, this cost several times more than the LA riots already. Over 3 times more already. The current estimate, this was from just yesterday alone, was about 50 billion in damage.
Live up in those hills.
Adjusted for inflation, the LA riots did what, like 14 billion in damage? Is that right?
Downhill right now and into the city.
So that's the 50 billion isn't even accounting for what's happened today or any of these new fires in the Hollywood Hills, the Sunset Fire.
Is there an evacuation order?
This is going to be expensive.
I know I should probably be monitoring.
And something
my
tells
app
me
to see if there's an evacuation order. But
that California is going to get aid.
They didn't give us an evacuation
Unlike
order, did they?
North Carolina and East Tennessee and Florida did from the federal government during the hurricanes.
I'm sure it'd be like an Amber Alert or something. Although not Amber.
Joe Biden sent Ukraine $500 million today. That was nice of him.
Cozy TV beginning at 6:30 p.m. this evening. Julia, we're going to stay with your shot here. We're also going to continue our coverage of the wildfire emergency impacting our communities as the threat to your safety and homes remains out there. And as we've just discovered, new fires continue to grow.
Because for a few hours, even as the Bank of America was burning and fire trucks were
Bank of America burned.
There were a lot of look-you-loos. There were people that were coming in streaming. They were live streaming what they were seeing, and they were standing in the middle of the intersection. Sometimes they were driving and stopping their cars in the middle of the intersection, and we saw multiple times where the firefighters actually had to use their horn to get them out of the way. And right now, sadly, I'm also seeing some glows in the distance, which suggests that other buildings are on fire, and that is a neighborhood, so it is safe to assume that those are likely homes. So much devastation here in Altadena.
Sunset Fire, those are between Laurel Canyon Boulevard to the west, Mulholland Drive to the north, the 101 freeway on the east, down to Hollywood Boulevard on the south. Hollywood Boulevard also facing a closure. You saw Franklin and Hollywood Boulevard from Julia Dang's shots there, very heavily impacted as people are trying to get out on a night where there's normal amounts of traffic, heavy traffic along Franklin and Hollywood on any given night. Also, there's still no word on any evacuation centers open at this point for this new Sunset Fire. We also want to go to a map from CAL FIRE because we are still following closely the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire in Altadena. This is a map from CAL FIRE showing those different areas across the 3 other active fires under evacuation warnings and mandatory evacuations. You also have the Hearst Fire there to the north of your screen to the top there. In Palisades, more than 60,000 people now have been evacuated. That order is in effect for parts of the cities of including Calabasas, Malibu, Los Angeles, which includes parts of Pacific Palisades and unincorporated area of LA County, Topanga. That stretches from Las Virgenes to just east of Mandeville Canyon Road. Now we want to show you the Eaton fire map. This fire has scorched at least 10,600 acres. According to CAL FIRE, the evacuation.
Chelsea, where are you? Is this the Westwood Rec Center?
Yes, so we're on Sepulveda Boulevard, the Westwood Rec Center. That's correct. And I actually want to bring in one of the organizers who has all the information on what to expect here. Our cameras are not allowed inside for privacy reasons, of course. But I want to bring in Carmela and Burke with the Red Cross.
I was showing you how far away the fire was from the Hollywood
and who are you helping?
Right. This is an overnight shelter managed by the Red Cross, and we started last night at 6 o'clock when we opened. We had about 20 residents who evacuated. Now we're at 160, which is a good thing because they heard about the shelter and they know that this is a safe place for them to stay. There's food, there's snacks, there's showers, there's health services, and so this is the response period where
but there's a lot of trees through here.
Afterwards, there's going to be recovery where the caseworkers are going to meet with the residents who are registered and find out what their transition plans are moving forward.
Got it. So that's very individualized. We were talking about this earlier. I mean, this goes from you you said whether they need eyeglasses to whether they've lost their homes. What are the things that you'll be helping people with?
Sometimes they need transportation. They lost their cars, or sometimes the kids probably need some supplies. So we will find that out, interviewing the families on a one-to-one basis. Then we'll find out details as to what it is that they really need. And that's why, when we ask for financial donations, that's the most efficient way to help the shelter residents who've been affected, because that way you can meet their specific needs.
So if somebody's watching this and needs some help, what can they expect when they arrive here?
A warm, safe place to stay. There's food. Thanks to the Salvation Army, they've been helping us with the meals. So, partnership goes a long way with this one. So they have hot meals, dinner, breakfast. There's showers here, and a shoulder to lean on. We have caseworkers here, and we have shelter workers who sit down with them. I sat down with about 2 shelter residents, and beautiful stories, very, very resilient, very hopeful. So it's nice to sit down and listen and chat with them.
That's so important in this time when it's just so much uncertainty and so much chaos. What is the general mood?
Really feel for these LA firefighters put into an impossible situation. Too many houses are on fire right now and not enough help.
So this house has a Tesla in it, which is one of the reasons they're having such a hard time apparently getting the fire out. These guys are working so hard. It's like unbelievable how hard they're working. Just running around trying to get water going from house to house. Sadly, the other houses have already burned down right here. And on this side of the street also, you can see in the distance there's more fires. I mean, it's unbelievable here. Basically,
wow. Yeah, this will get blamed on Elon now, won't it?
Vehicle, grab your
Elon
friend
and
who
Trump.
doesn't have a vehicle. If you're up in a canyon, get out immediately. Head south, get out of the area.
On this so far.
Hollywood Boulevard from
have
Laurel
an update.
Canyon
The
to
initial
La Brea
size up,
closed.
was
Wow.
10 acres. We know it's far
Wow.
beyond that. But right now, our focus is on the evacuation. Our helicopters are hitting it from the sky, trying to knock back
Look
some
at
of the
that.
hot flanks.
Wow.
But as you know, the brush up in this canyon is very thick, and this fire is still wind-driven. We don't have the strength of winds that we faced last night, thankfully, but it's still a wind-driven fire, which means it's going to push down into Hollywood, and we need people to evacuate now.
Wow.
We noticed
that's
some of the
crazy.
water dropping.
Banana, best friend in the flats due south of Hollywood sign. You can see it out his window. Not good. Wow. He'll probably be evacuating soon, man. Let me know if he sends you any video or pictures. Throw them in the Discord.
They're going to be the workhorses for this fire, trying to knock back the hot flanks and slow down the advance of the fire while we have crews in place defending structures.
Margaret, also we heard from a couple of residents up there, Benjamin Vega and our own Robert Kovacic, that they actually work with a fire department up there and practice for this sort of thing.
Absolutely. We have some really active
I think Laurel Canyon is burning.
Evacuations.
I think so.
They do good brush clearance. And this is the time where it all pays off. So those communities need to come together, help your neighbor, check on your elderly friend that's in the neighborhood. We need to get everybody out.
They've also talked to us about the fact that we've got narrow, windy roads up there. In some cases, there's one way in, one way out. Talk to us a little bit about the importance of the parking restrictions and the problems that first responders are having today.
As you know, our red flag parking restrictions have been in effect since Tuesday, and this is exactly the reason why. The streets that fall within that program should not have any vehicles parked there. If they are, and if they're
Blinkus,
blocking,
Austin,
they're
Biden has a new
moved
great-grandchild.
out
I
of the
think you're
way.
ignoring the real
Right
issues
now,
that Americans care
we don't have
about.
reports of our fire apparatus not being able to get where they need to.
Did you guys see that earlier? Biden was in LA, and he was in LA because his great-grandchild was born yesterday or today or this morning, whenever. And he was doing a presser with Newsom. Here it is. This is just insane. We're sitting here talking about $50 billion worth of fire damage last night in LA. Oh, but I'm here, and the good news is I'm a great-grandfather today. That's the good... What? Don't clap for that. Don't clap for that. Wrathy's got something new to sniff. Jesus. What the fuck?
And have follow-up care for all of them.
Or do you know?
Right now, the anticipated direction is primarily to the west, and that's where, if you go to lafd.org/news and you click on the Sunset Fire tab, you'll be able to see the map. So you've got the evacuation zone in red.
Blaine Gunter, LA's mayor actually came back from Ghana.
South and
she came back today. She did do some press event. Press was... Let's see if I can find this. She came back today like in an emergency military plane, which I'm guessing we paid for. Here she is after she landed getting grilled by a Sky News reporter.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor?
She cut the budget by $18 million.
Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that
Will
you're utterly
LA's mayor, not
incompetent.
Ghana, get reelected?
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them?
What was she? She was in Ghana celebrating the new president's getting elected or something. Like what? Why the hell was the LA mayor in Ghana? Does she have extra chromosomes? We don't know. Some are saying yes.
Hold on 1 second.
Madam Mayor, just a few words for the citizens today as you return to deal with the catastrophe.
Can you take this down?
Yeah. Anyways.
All right, Haley, thank you so much. I just want to bring in a guest now to address the issue you're talking about, which is looting. And this is the person who's going to be most responsible in sort of doling out the consequences for that. Joining us now live via Zoom is Nathan Hochman, the newly elected district attorney for Los Angeles County. Mr. Hochman, thanks for being with us. First, we feel for your sister. I know you were just out at your sister's property in Brentwood. Her house is is a total loss. So we're sending love to her and to your family tonight, as you know how painful this is for folks. But before we get into that, if you could talk about this issue of looting and what we are now seeing in parts of LA County.
So the reports of looting have been coming across both law enforcement and the DA's office. I want to send an unmistakable
where the rooftop Koreans at?
Or anybody who thinks that they can prey on people who've endured
Hello,
these
Q.
tragedies.
Good to see ya. Oh man, do you have that bug that's been going around? That sucks. I'm glad you're in safe in San Diego though, and not in Los Angeles.
So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders. The firefighters have done a magnificent job in responding. Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others. And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. If we will go after you, we will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
District Attorney, I'm sure you know that there have been 3 arrests for looting in the Eaton fire area. We first got wind of that from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. And then earlier in her remarks, the board chair of LA County Supervisors, Catherine Barger, she had a message. She said the full weight of the county will come down on you. That was her message to potential looters out there. She mentioned that she had already been in contact with you. So talk about the relationship, this newfound relationship that you have with the Board of Supervisors and how you're working to get this word out.
Obviously, we may be having a delay, or go ahead.
So we are working hand in glove with the Board of We're working hand in glove with the Board of Supervisors, with law enforcement.
Did his internet go out due to fire?
We're obviously having some signal issues with Mr. Hockman's picture.
There should be no ambiguity whatsoever. We will.
Go ahead. I think we got you back.
What exactly is there to loot in a fire?
Are you able to hear me at this point?
Yes, go ahead.
Right. We'll make it.
Let's go loot the Palisades. Oh, there's nothing here.
Board of Supervisors. Great. We are working hand in glove with the.
Okay, time to move on from this
guy. If you can hear us, we really want to get your message out. So it would be best if you could
county board.
If you could just call
Copper.
If
sure,
we can
Copper.
call you and we can get you on the
Hot
phone
Copper.
so that we can clearly get your message broadcast to our viewers tonight.
Yeah,
the
obviously
Gucci
there's
store.
all sorts of technical challenges all over the place. But
if Rodeo Drive goes up in flames,
to get you on the phone and to finish up this conversation, because it's an important conversation and we want to hear about your sister as well. In the meantime, as we get that figured out, let's go to Matthew Seedorf,
some gold chains in a
who is on
Zipic
the ground in Pacific Palisades. It's now nighttime where you are. Talk about what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're by Castle Rock Beach. I know that the DA was talking about looters. We've seen police going by in big numbers as they're coming in and looking for those possible looters. That's one of their big concerns.
Yeah, evacuation's underway in Hollywood Hills.
Workhorses. That's where they had been concentrating.
I think this guy's near the Hollywood Hills.
That's flaring up. That's not good.
It's like flaring back up. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Time to get the hell out of there, guys.
Yeah. I may have to end the live soon, guys, and go pack up the dog's food and all that stuff. And the funny thing is, my friend, people always say, oh, pack it like an emergency bag.
All right, yeah, Sharon, let me know. Let me know if you find any stream. I've got this one. This one is called The Hollywood Guy. So I have The Hollywood Guy.
Okay, it's dying down a little bit. And my friend said earlier, he's like, pack a bag and get some water. I'm like, yeah. I should have listened to him. There's so many helicopters in the sky right now. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay.
Trying to do the same, but it's, I think this is like a better view.
Where's it at? Right there. So if you guys have been watching this whole live stream, you've seen it travel down that hill and across that quickly. I've been live, what? Not even an hour? And it burned up that whole hill that quick. Yeah, they might be leaving their cars and...
This is crazy that this is still going.
The 101 freeway is not too far from there.
It looks like they're putting it out.
I know, I don't see like enough red, which is great. Yeah, I don't see, but there's still some embers up in that. You can see the hill is still smoldering up there. It's less than a quarter mile. Yeah.
Hey there, Grammy. How you doing? Yeah, this is wild. This has gotten way too out of hand.
Yeah, it is hard to get out in a car, but it looks like they may have gotten it under control. Let me zoom out a little bit.
Be safe.
Thank you, you too. People trying to go live with me right now. Decline. So, hi Tobes, you're back. It's going away, but then it flares up again. Like it's that orange over there. Oh, yeah. It just started up again. It wasn't orange like a second ago. Oh, look at that. Yeah, well, where are we going to run to right now? Like, look at this traffic. I'm sure Melrose is just as bad.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going anywhere. Can't get anywhere.
That is true.
Yeah, so I mean, even if I wanted to evacuate, you could see, we're not going anywhere. Is Hollywood on fire? Yes, Hollywood is on fire. Zoom out a little bit. Why does iPhone have to be? Oh, there we go. Okay. So, let's see what the fires are doing over. I'm trying to see. Right behind those bright lights is a line of fire approaching houses and stuff. Can I show you the fire? Well, they put a lot of the fire out. Sorry. Let me see if I can zoom in. So right behind that bright light, I don't know if you guys can see it. That light is right in the way, but there's a line of fire that's still burning. You can see the orange. There's fires right there burning still, it looks like.
Yeah, we see that. Fires on the other side of that hill. Likely heading your direction.
Helicopters drop.
Get up the street here, and now you have all these cars heading out, and you could see why over my shoulder there. We're obviously on the ground level and looking up into Runyon Canyon. You could see the smoke, obviously, and the fire glow in the night sky right now. And obviously, from this vantage point, a whole lot of people are seeing that and figuring out where to go from here. We actually spoke with a young man just maybe 2 minutes ago coming down the stairs of this apartment building here on Franklin with 2 suitcases and a couple backpacks, and he said, I got the evacuation, and I just had had to get out of here. He didn't even really have a plan from this point. He just figured he needed to get away from here. Obviously, folks who've been watching for the last 2 days or so, seeing the Palisades, seeing Altadena, Pasadena, not really.
There's another guy live near. I thought he was a lot closer. He was zoomed in.
Voy a buscarles una toma bien pituda, ¿eh?
This is a real Californian.
No, pero ya aquí laquearon. Ya aquí no se puede avanzar.
Direction, so this particular area might not be specifically at risk, but I'll tell you, for the folks who are grabbing their luggage, for the folks who are getting in their cars, they don't care if it's a little bit that way, because if this is even remotely at risk, they are getting out of this area. And you see behind me all this traffic coming up and down the street. A lot of these folks, and there are hotels over here as well. We've seen a handful of people grabbing all their luggage. One guy told me he was checking out early because he just needed to get out of here, and rightfully so. We'll look to the left here in front of the hotel. You have a number of people who are kind of grabbing their luggage, grabbing their things, and leaving here. As we look down Franklin towards Highland, it is completely packed with cars trying to get out of here. That's why you're even seeing cars essentially take every single route they can out of here, because if you're trying to get to Highland to get out of Dodge that way, it is packed, it is slow moving. So we have all these people essentially trying to get out of here.
Oh, Paco, yeah.
And even if you're not looking right at the fire, you could actually
Thank
see
you for translating in the chat.
the smoke as you look up into.
Should we put that guy back on, see what he's saying? His stream is choppy.
Ambulance right here.
This guy still hasn't left yet.
Traffic, bumper to bumper. This guy can't go anywhere. Fire department can't even get. Am I just gonna stand here? I'm okay for right now. I do have to get my stuff ready. You're right about that. I know. The fire can't even get by with all the traffic. Of course, a motorcycle following that. It keeps like flaring up though, like every so often. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this. There we go.
I live right there. Yeah. Like literally. So we're not there's nowhere.
Yeah, even if we had to evacuate, that we can't get out.
That is fantastic. Beautiful dog.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
Be safe.
Okay, we're gonna be blocked by a truck for a second.
This guy's literally just watching everyone else evacuate.
Yeah, my dog is
like,
okay right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wonder why all these people are evacuating. I should stand here and film it.
Fires are far enough away, too close for comfort, but far enough away that I don't need to get my dog or anything like that yet.
Not yet.
Believe me, I will end this live in a heartbeat if I thought I.
He's gonna wait until the fire is closer. Smart. Right, Fractal? Better wait till the last minute.
It's crazy that it's that close.
Hey, H, yeah, he's filming vertically. He's on TikTok. You can only film vertically on TikTok, I think. And that's the only place anyone really like live streams on the ground anymore is TikTok, for the most part.
Sorry, guys. I should.
Jay, he's dying for us.
Can't see your comments. Not all.
He's a true hunger.
Laguna Hills. Go underground. Well, and the funny thing is there are underground passages up by the Houdini house, which is actually not too far from there. Hopefully the Houdini house doesn't burn. The Houdini house is like 100 years old.
The Houdini house will escape just fine. This isn't the Houdini house's first fire.
To move very soon, but we wanted to make sure that
Gosh, look at
we
this.
try
Look
to
at
do
that.
something to save the castle if the fire goes this way.
Yeah, absolutely. And David Ono, you have the Magic Castle right there on that touchscreen to give people an idea of exactly where this iconic LA landmark is.
Yeah, if we have 2 seconds, I did isolate
KLB,
the Magic
is this
Castle.
Rugman from the Minneapolis
it is
Target?
Right here on Franklin Boulevard. And
maybe.
Well, let's first go to Chris Christie.
The return of Rugman?
So here's the Magic Castle right here, Franklin Boulevard. This is what he's talking about. And if I expand out a little bit, then you can see this is right in the center of the evacuation zone. Here's where the fire is, right over here. So as he said, it's very, very close. This is the spot of Magic Castle. This is where the fire is burning down the canyon right now. So yeah, very much this iconic landmark is in danger right now. And let's go over to Chris Christie, who is continuing to watch the progress of this fire. Chris?
Yeah, you're a firefighter. Yeah, David, we're just, I'm sorry, we're doing a couple things at once here. You got a whole bunch of fire trucks now making their way up Kerson Avenue, a welcome sight for the residents who live in this neighborhood. Hopefully they have evacuated or were not home, but now these firefighters can start protecting those structures if this fire continues to spread to the west. In the meantime,
well, they do have a Chris Christie in California.
To the south, as the fire, the leading edge of this fire.
Low Q says the face you make when you realize these people are on their way to San Diego.
As it was
Bruh.
about an hour
Right?
ago. I'm losing track of time, but you can see that the forward progress is slowing. It has not stopped. There are new fires starting as we speak. In fact, that patch of trees right there near the bottom of your screen, that's a brand new fire, and it is even closer to Vista Street and closer to Franklin Avenue.
This is
However,
spreading fast.
If you look
Look
at the
at
shot,
this.
the winds have slowed down.
Yeah, you
ever
keep
so
saying that.
slightly. You can see
The winds have slowed down.
going,
Okay.
but not exactly at the same clip.
Fire's
as
still
a little
spreading.
Bit earlier, and maybe that is helping out the situation quite a bit. But in the meantime, it is still spotting. It is still blowing. They are still dropping water on this fire, trying to cut it off at the pass, essentially. But this entire neighborhood still should be leaving right now.
Man of no moral fiber. No word on the fire origins.
Shots, just a few minutes.
No word that I've heard in the fire origins.
Being repeated throughout Southern California, people just very desperate to find out if their homes are okay, their loved ones are okay. We know, of course, that 5 people have died in this fire, and they really can't have a complete tally until they're able to get in.
Down here, Satrack, Eaton Fire has burned 10,600 plus acres. And that's just the Eaton Fire.
Sadly, tragically, how many lives have been lost. But this scene is one that's being played out around Southern California.
We've also got
just
the
trying to
Palisades
work
fire.
with the resources that you have to try to put out these fires.
And now
it's just
the
sad
Sunset
to have
Fire.
to watch it. It's something that we've all experienced here in Southern California, but these winds have been so
Oh God, San Diego's
relentless over
under
the
a
last
fire
couple of
warning?
days, and as we've been hearing from all of our
Probably wouldn't take
forecasters,
much.
Certainly not out of the woods yet. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Altadena, sending it back to the studio.
Not even close, unfortunately. All right, Laura, thank you.
I have people telling me from Beverly Hills and Santa Monica they can see it. But it's the wind, such that it seems to be blowing it away from our location.
For now. All right, let's check on our guy.
Nearby. Yeah, you could smell the. Oh, there's another flare up. You could see it glowing.
You can smell it and see it. Maybe time to go. Just an opinion. Paco, between SD and LA, they got empty
there's a couple
spaces.
hotspots up there.
No, it's not empty. It's filled with cars.
But it looks like they may have gotten a lot of it out.
Once took me
That are
6
coming
hours to
from
drive from
those
LA to San Diego. Because
The
of
problem
traffic.
is the wind. It's really windy.
With
Oh,
no
it's
traffic,
starting
what is
right
it, like
there.
an hour and a
Jeez.
half?
So just see this traffic that's like facing us right
Where's
here. there is
Dozer, dude?
never
Yeah, I
traffic
haven't
on
seen
street.
the
It's
Dozer
usually
today.
Not a very traffic street, and so they're obviously turning a lot of people off of like. Oh yeah, it's flaring up a lot up there. Hollywood Boulevard and Fountain and Sunset, pushing everybody down here. I watching so close? I'm close, but not too close for my.
Yeah, San Diego is my favorite place I've been in California as well. I've never been to Northern California though.
To burn yet,
I hear there's some good spots up there.
Keep spreading.
You know, above the bay.
All those animals up there. It's a shame. Thank you.
Wanted to move to this spot specifically to show you the traffic jam and issues that are happening right now.
Oh God, Banana! It took you 2 hours to drive from Laguna Beach to Hollywood.
About 5 minutes ago,
that's
to try to
crazy.
alleviate some of this gridlock coming down from the Hollywood Hills and from Runyon Canyon out into
above San Francisco, Jay, or maybe inward.
Right now, as people are evacuating,
not that inward.
There's not enough room for all these cars to go. You see
I mean,
behind me
inland.
going up the street here. That's why we got a couple police officers really just trying to direct traffic to get them to come down the street. We're standing safely in the street right now because no one is moving. And we turn around here, Will, this is Franklin right now, and you're looking right down La Brea with all the red lights. Those are people trying to get away from the fire as far away as possible.
God, I would be getting claustrophobic in that traffic.
Physically on Franklin, maybe 4 or 5 blocks in that direction towards Highland.
Y'all aren't going anywhere.
Jam-packed going that direction as well. Folks here trying to get out really any way they can because of the evacuation. We see over and over again. Check out behind me, guys with backpacks, with duffel bags, with suitcases. They're trying to get out of town. Some people, whether they're leaving hotels or leaving apartment buildings, are trying to leave.
Yeah, Banana, wine country. That's what I'm talking about. I've never been, but I should go sometime. Unless it all burns down.
Yeah, I mean, I live here. I've been here for 21 years, but yeah, it's time to get out, I think.
When you see the fires all in the other places, whether it's Pacific Palisades or Altadena, were you thinking, let me
Grammy with the pot trees in 1978, huh?
Yeah, even though, you know, I've been waiting for...
You're like, oh, I also saw those redwoods.
This place for finally have a fire, and I guess it finally happened.
When it comes to grabbing things...
This guy's like, whoa, man. Oh, he's wearing a Titans. He's wearing a Titans thing. Is this guy from Nashville?
And mementos.
Wearing a Titans shirt.
Things she passed about a decade ago, and other toiletries, I guess, in case they got to stay somewhere.
When it comes to traffic getting out of here, have you kind of navigated how you're going to get out of here, seeing how busy it is at the moment?
I'm getting out here on foot. My car's right there, so there's no way I'm getting out of this anytime soon, I don't think.
So you're going to walk out of here and figure it out, even though the wind is kind of pushing it a little bit farther west?
Yeah, I was watching you guys on TV, the live stream, and I'm like, I feel all right.
It's like,
people are going to be...
I should head down there and go talk to these guys.
If I don't get out of here. I don't need people from back home getting mad at me for not getting out of here.
That's the smart move. Right, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. You know, interesting point, too, because some of the folks we spoke to out here said, yeah, the wind isn't pushing the smoke in this direction. You know, we were in Altadena most of the afternoon, and it's obviously been really smoky. Here, it's not that bad. You do notice a breeze out here. That's one thing I did notice right when we got out of the car here is there is a pretty steady breeze. It's not windy, but it's certainly breezy. It's adding fuel to those flames.
It's not windy. It's just a heavy breeze.
You know, the images we've seen over the last 24, 36 hours, people here are realizing it's not worth it to stick around or to hang around a little bit extra.
What's going on over here?
They have to evacuate. This is the Reyes family. They're here from Mexico City?
Yeah, from Mexico City. We came from vacations.
What did they tell you?
Nothing. They just asking to evacuate. They are not giving us any direction, anything. Just say go south, but...
You get out of the shithole Mexico City to come to Los Angeles, and the whole fucking town sets on fire.
Yeah, and you have no idea where to go. And obviously, there is a traffic jam. If we take a look at the street here on Highland, you can see that it is very, very busy. At this point, do you have other family here?
No. We are just tourists.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You've been paying attention to all of the fires, right? This is the 5th fire in LA County.
Yeah, here, just in the morning, when we just arrived here, we hear about the fire.
What's your reaction, sir?
Oh, I'm scared. My daughter is scared. She's 8.
Oh, the little girl's crying.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it is scary. I understand that. Yeah. What were your plans?
We're looking something for Anaheim. Actually, we came just for 2 days here, and we plan to go Disneyland, but let's see. So we are going to try to go south right now.
Yeah, try to get out of this area. So the Holiday Inn didn't try to accommodate a different location?
No.
Well, this is an emergency that's happened. This is another family right there that is also, you know, they called an Uber to get to go away. I believe they're from Costa Rica is what they told me. And you can see how busy the streets are in this area, and that's because of the mandatory evacuations. As I said, this is the 5th fire now in the Hollywood Hills. It really is unbelievable. The Sunset Fire erupted around 5:30 p.m. Flames were reported at 2350 Solar Drive, just about 10 acres, and that blaze has grown and is now threatening the densely populated area, which is why a mandatory evacuation order is in place for the area of Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west, Mulholland Drive on the north, and the 101 freeway on the west, and Hollywood Boulevard on the south. People are being told to leave their homes and have some sort of access open for firefighters should they need to put out the flames. And hopefully that won't be necessary. There have been several water drops on that fire. Multiple LAFD units are fighting this fire.
Don't worry, we dropped a few drops of water on this fire. We're good. Everyone go home.
Again, towards Runyon, you can see the orange glow. It's really unthinkable to see this so close to, you know, Hollywood proper, really the city of LA, just getting closer and closer. You know, I am near the Capitol Records building. That is, we are far away from where these flames are right now, but it's really unbelievable to see it glow. I want to tell you again the evacuation borders. The boundaries are to the west of Laurel Canyon Boulevard, to the north of Mulholland Drive, to the east of the 101 freeway, to the south of Hollywood Boulevard, and coming from Glendale, from our station in Glendale over to this area of Hollywood, the 101 freeway was jam-packed. People are following these evacuation orders and warnings, and they're getting out of here. They're packing bags and getting out.
That fire was just tiny a second ago on this balcony.
I know that you're
these ones.
Yeah, it's just awful to see. And just so you know, Gina, I want to get some information to you, but let the viewers know this is a home that is now obviously some embers landed on it. This is in the Hollywood Hills, and it looks like this one is going up in flames. It looks like it's dark, so maybe they had left, maybe they weren't home. We know how sizable these homes are in the Hollywood Hills. Gina, as it relates to that family and any families that you run into, we have
this hotel. What did they tell you, sir?
Just that we had to evacuate and that there's a fire nearby.
Yeah, and
let's check on our boy.
It's right here. Glowing orange.
Still there.
Yeah, but I don't see the flames.
Well, you can see the lights flying around. You're not gonna. You could see the helicopter.
See the flames?
I did earlier. Yeah, it was big.
Not now.
It's dying down a little bit.
This guy's like, hey man,
you can see to the left.
Someone said there's some flames around here.
5 fires.
I've been sleeping for the past couple days.
In the Palisades? No.
Palisades and in some.
No, it's smaller. Yeah, Altadena. No, it's smaller.
Pasadena or Altadena.
Altadena, yeah, exactly. It's smaller than that, but
I don't see the flames.
It's right here, right over the yellow building.
Yellow building.
Yeah, do you see the yellow building right there? Flames are right there. That one right over there.
This guy's disappointed that the flames aren't closer. It's like, I don't see the flames. Where are the flames at? I come out. I come all the way outside. I see no flames.
No, really, I don't see the flames. Where?
Oh, yeah, it's just.
I don't know what building you mean. This one or?
No, not the restaurant. The yellow building over there. It's right above the yellow building on the hills.
Now you don't see the flames, huh?
Yeah, you could see them. You could see the flames. Yeah. Oh, right
this
there.
man will not rest until he sees some damn flames.
You see all that orange right up there? Yeah, those are the fires right there. The orange.
Oh, now I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you see that orange yellow glow? Feel the heat coming off of it? That's fire.
Tax time. That's not what people are thinking about. God bless that guy. I think that guy that was talking right now is like 95 years old. There's a Russian guy in my neighborhood. God bless him. He's like, he couldn't see the fire. He's like, maybe my vision is not too good. I was like, maybe, because there's flames up there. Poor guy. I see him walking every night.
Guess who's going to die in the firestorm first?
95
that
years
guy.
old. God bless him.
It's going for the 101.
Puffing it. Oh, it's flaring up over there, guys.
Hoosier, yeah, I was thinking about that. It's like
over here.
night 2 of the Floyd riots when Reggie discovered fire.
The apartments are and more houses. But what we do got to worry about is that flare up on the hill because there are houses right there. And they did dump retardant on it, and you could see the.
Hey, you can't say that word.
Yeah, this is LA Gridlock.
We don't have a car. The car's broke down. We gotta take a fucking.
I don't know how it started. No idea.
I don't think Reggie's in California anymore. He lived in LA for like a year, but I think he moved back to like Minnesota or Michigan.
This is not the ideal situation. Fire trucks trying to get through, and it's gridlock right here. This is nuts.
I would be losing my mind if I was in that traffic.
Yet. I have to say they got a handle on that fire from what I could see, like pretty damn quick, which is impressive because that whole hillside was on fire. Here we go.
Okay, I see what you're saying, Flying Scoot. Oh, well, they just went away from it. Wow. Check out this. Gosh.
Nope, another fire engine. Yeah, these firefighters kick ass. Dude, they got their work cut out. Let's see if we can. Let me position the pole. There we go. Now we can see the fire a little bit. Yeah, that's where the fires are at up there.
How's this ABC guy talking about wind? I was just reliably told that there was no wind, just a heavy breeze.
Many areas where those winds are still going to be howling, still really causing concerns. And not so much the sustained winds, but those gusts, because those just kind of pop up and really kind of make things really grow. For example, this fire we're talking about, Hollywood, the Sunset Fire, we're calling this. You know, Chris Christie found this, and it was about 10 acres when he spotted it. And last reading I saw, we already doubled that within like an hour or so. So again, those winds, north, in that profile, the Santa Ana profile, northeast winds blowing towards the south, so all that smoke heading towards this part of Hollywood. So up there in the hills, we're seeing that fire with some vegetation there to fuel it, to keep it going. So here's a setup now for the Hollywood area specifically. So now down to single digits here, 7 o'clock hour, staying right around that range. But here's the good sign, David Colleen. We get toward
the park. God bless them.
Yeah, they're doing a kick-ass job on this fire.
Yeah, they really are doing a kick-ass job.
It's too populated.
Are they doing a kick-ass job? Was that even sarcasm?
Side birds, we were able to move into a back bathroom that's all marble, so there's no wood or anything. As I said, we had no notice. We were so occupied with watching for my brother, who was evacuated in Mandeville, and then friends who were in Pacific Palisades, that we thought for sure the fire would be contained, that we wouldn't be touched. So I didn't have carrier cages, but we have a huge Great Pyrenees and English Golden Retriever. We took them. I took photo albums. We took documents, and only what we're wearing, a sweater and jeans and tennis shoes, and that's all we have.
It's so tough. It's so tough, Mona, in those moments to know exactly what you're going to grab, even if you've thought about it. At that moment when it's happening, it's just so hard to think about. You know, Mona, for those of our viewers who may not recognize her name per se, you've seen her work for years. Mona, you've helped us cover this community, this city, through so many court cases over the decades.
Flames, but they've held that fire at bay at that point for quite a while. Oh no. I don't like that it's starting to glow orange again. Beverly Hills is not burning, but Hollywood is. Let's say 20 acres wet. What did someone say? 20 acres Runyon Canyon. It's starting to flare up a little bit. Gotta tell you, there's still a lot of smoke over here.
Yeah, no shit.
I wonder if something's still burning. Let's see if I can zoom out a little.
I wonder if something's still burning anywhere near me. Huh. Huh.
I don't see flames though, so I just see smoke.
What's the saying? Where there's smoke, there's...
It's still burning over there? I don't see flames, but I see...
Yeah, so it still says 0% containment.
Just drastically changed forever in a very negative way as a result of the Palisades fire that we've been covering here in not only Pacific Palisades, but also in Malibu. As you mentioned, we're on the border right now. So when they say more than 1,000 structures, I think our first thought sometimes is it's homes, but this kind of points to the fact that it's also restaurants and many of...
Jay Davis, yes. Where there's smoke, there's reefer. That's the saying.
Your neighbors, thank you so much for speaking with us this evening.
And thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Traffic right now, it's crazy.
Luz Guy, would you evacuate if you were by this traffic? I'd probably... I don't know. I mean, I hopefully would have already gotten out of there. I also would never, ever, ever live somewhere this close to this much congestion. So there's that. If I was in this, I'd probably be walking. I'd be on a bicycle or something, getting the fuck out of there. I would not be in this traffic though. Hell no.
Okay, so why did they just drop water and the flames just got bigger? You see that, guys?
Oh no!
Water on it, the flames
Oh no! They're accidentally pouring gasoline on the fire.
That's no good. Saul, come get me.
What's this guy saying?
You know, I spent my whole life savings to buy a condo here, and so I lost my family during COVID, and so I don't really have anybody to call or anything, so it feels a little bit scary here.
Yeah, I mean, are people still in the complex?
A lot of people have left, but a lot of people are staying too, you know. I think we're going to be okay. I hope so. I mean, all these fire trucks are going up there, but...
Monkey said, where there's smoke, there must be a smoke machine.
Right, if they catch on fire, we're in real trouble.
What's your plan? Are you staying?
I'm going to stay right until it catches on. If it catches on fire, I'll leave. Yeah,
Tracks ask Siri for fires near me.
So I'd have to take them with me, but I don't know where I would go. Just in my car, I guess.
You're ready to go, at least.
I am ready to go. I've been working on this condo since I bought it. Like every piece of it,
Man, that sucks.
No.
So sorry.
So
well, we're
ready to start renting it, and it's like no. It's okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's not going to get all the way
It has to
down.
be the most important fire in LA. It has to be. I mean, we're right here, Hollywood Highland. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna step aside so you could take a look a little bit. If we continue walking this way, closer to the complex, we could see some of the people that appear to be just heading out with their suitcases in tow. You hear
to go sit in traffic.
Fire alarm going off in the background. It's probably because of all this smoke we're breathing. Let's see if we can speak with this woman here. Hi, ma'am. How are you doing? My name is Amber. I'm a reporter with NBC. You live here?
In this building, yeah.
Where are you headed?
I come here.
Where are you headed? Where are you headed?
My son-in-law will pick me up. I'll go to his place, Santa Monica.
How are you feeling?
How's your son-in-law going to get to you?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the interview.
Okay, so if we continue to walk this way, coming up onto these streets, it was pretty busy, a lot of traffic, but it does look like, for the most part, in this area, people have made their way out. It's a lot quieter than when we were.
I'm representing so many Topangans who galvanized together. We've been in touch with each other all day. There are a few people who've been here, who've stayed behind, who've shown us footage, and so we've seen it's just as quiet as can be. As you can see, there's a fire and there is no airdrop. There's no
big C's. Austin would rollerblade out of there with nothing but his little black backpack.
No, there are no firefighters on the ground whatsoever. We've been abandoned. 15,000 residents. All these beautiful houses. People have lived here so many years, and we've been abandoned.
Has the fire damaged or destroyed any homes to your knowledge?
Absolutely. I have friends who live up Tunaso on the other side. So there's this ridge, and then there's the other ridge. Sadly, people who've lived here for decades, their homes have been completely burnt down.
Yeah, exactly.
No help.
No help. So, Claudia, what do you want to do? I mean, at this point, I think the resources are stretched very thin.
What I'm wanting to do is inspire us as Southern Californians. We know that every winter there are big winds. This is just part of living here. So can we not create a team that comes here this time of year to be on the ground, to be in the air? Apparently we have rented some helicopters from Canada. I mean, I'm sure they're being used somewhere. I know that this isn't unusual. I've been here a long time.
What is this lady on?
An unusual situation. But even under the better circumstances there's still not the help. Yeah. There's not the strategy. Right. And there's so many people who'd want to help. Let's just create a really good plan.
Claudia, thank you. I appreciate your perspective, and I just want to point out that we just watched that car blow by us, and it's just so nerve-wracking to me because we had driven up from PCH, so going northbound on Topanga Canyon. There were multiple spots where you could not travel past in the lane without veering into the other lane. So again, the situation here, dynamic. What is dangerous is not just the fact that the fire is getting so close to Topanga and Topanga Village, but also the fact that this major thoroughfare
Little brown one. She's an ultra-liberal living in La La Land. Literally, yeah.
All right, that was our Susan here, Rasuna, reporting from Topanga Canyon and the devastation there, all thanks to the...
We need to take some wins where we get it, and we still have one here. Hopefully that remains the case when all is said and done. But
okay, JB, she just invented the fire department. We really should have guys that come and put these fires out, you know?
Jory, thank you for that.
Maybe we should create a department and fund it and hire people?
That was Jory on Bester Boulevard in the Palisades, one of many places that have.
All right, we gotta check on our guy, our Hollywood guy. At some point this stream has to go down, right? Oh shit, he's in traffic now.
And then you got these fire trucks trying to get through, but nobody's going anywhere. That's an ambulance.
Fractal, he's still coping about the hills not being on fire.
It's not a fire truck, that's an ambulance. Okay.
Yeah, see, look, it's not even a fire truck, it's just an ambulance. Don't worry, everybody. False alarm.
What's going on? It's kind of cold out here now. The wind is kicking up. Oh, there's a flare up over there. I don't know if you guys can see on the hill. So, yeah, that's not good over there. Yikes.
Yep, that's still fire.
That's on the other side of the hill. I'm traveling down to like Studio City toward the Burbank area.
Named it. Helicopters blow good wind to stop the bad wind. Well, and Canadian helicopters actually blow different types of wind than Californian helicopters. That's why they've rented Canadian helicopters. What was that lady talking about?
So, if the fire somehow jumps the freeway,
then you're fucked.
Right there.
Then you're fucked.
Then the Hollywood sign has a risk of burning.
Oh, I thought we lost him. No, what just happened?
1 second, because I just got a text message.
Oh, he just got a text message. Okay.
On the western flank over here,
around the Palisades fire. That's basically the fire footprint. And what is incredible when we look at this here on the left side of the screen, notice that grayish white color right there. That is the burn scar from the Franklin fire around Malibu last month. We know that was a big fire. That was, I believe, about 4,000 acres. And you see how the Palisades fire, just in terms of the land that it covers, is multiple times the size of the Franklin fire in that burn scar area there on the left. And the fire went up to the burn scar. So that's pretty incredible. On the right side or east side of the Palisades fire, you can see how it's just barely encroaching on kind of the border of the Brentwood area. And then as we come in, I want to come in closer to Santa Monica if we can, because you'll see the borders now of the evacuation zone. So we've got the reddish, kind of pinkish color. That is the evacuation order. That's mandatory. And that changed this afternoon. It got extended into more of Santa Monica. So now kind of southeast or down the coast of San Vicente, including up to, if we come in a little bit closer, I believe to Montana, and then from Montana, from the coast up to 11th Street. So that's an area that was new today that has a mandate.
Based on what we've seen, along with what you've just heard, it appears they've done a pretty good job with the water applications by air that they've been able to put on this branch of the fire. We've seen it gets into some of the manzanita, some of the brush, and you can see a rise in the flame. You know what? 6 inches of brush can give you 5 feet of flame. I believe it's something to that effect. But they've been able to advance, I think, quite effectively on that flank of the fire as it continues to make its way slowly downhill towards homes. The homes up here seem to be in better shape, in part because we are still a canyon. Runyon's on the other side. We are still a canyon away, so they have time on their side.
Let's see if I can. There's no traffic here because I can't zoom out. There we go. No traffic on this street because this bus just blocked all traffic. Nobody can turn anywhere. That's how much traffic there is.
What, is that one car going towards the fire?
So the smoke has moved over here, which means the fire has either headed east or that's just where the smoke's blowing. So the flames are kind of going out. Okay, with that, I think that is my coverage for the night. I will keep you guys posted if any of this flares up.
We're losing Hollywood, guy.
Or if there's an evacuation, but it's.
This does almost look like the winds have finally died down enough to where it's not spreading as badly.
But Oh, these people going to Whole Foods. It's closed, buddy. You're not getting to Whole Foods. Okay, it's flaring up over there.
Yes.
The car real quick. Although I don't know that I'd be going anywhere anytime soon with all this traffic. But anyway, thanks for watching, guys. And I'll be back with any updates. Stay safe. Hug a love.
All right, we lost Hollywood guy.
So it's no longer a PDS red flag warning. It's essentially a regular red flag warning, more common, you know, something more of what we're used to here as we go season by season. It's just been unusual that we happen to have 3 of these PDS red flag warnings just this season, and before this season the last one was in 2020. Those are rare, but now we're in regular red flag warning territory. That's in effect through Friday. Winds have already started to come down today. They will continue to relax a bit overnight. I still have that wind forecast coming up. The next wind peak, by the way, is going to start ramping up midday tomorrow and lasting into Friday morning. Then we expect winds to gradually start going back down Friday over the course of the day. High wind warnings, by the way, there's wind advisories and there's high wind warnings. High wind warnings are more extreme. That's in effect until 10 o'clock tonight.
This is live. Libertarian, yes, mostly peaceful fires. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for supporting the stream. It sounds like a war zone.
There's that entrance to Runyon Park here. Runyon Canyon. There you go.
Dina reminds me when volcano ravaged lands Hawaii. I mean, it also reminds me of the Hawaii fire last year too.
Keep backing up. Keep backing up, guys. You're putting the firefighters at risk. Come on. This is the way to get out. This is the way to get in. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. This is clear. No, I want you to look right here. Hit the fire. I'll be in the middle of the street.
Unit to vigilance, I'm going to take it off way down here. Take it off. We're back up. This area has to be here. This area has to be here. This is their escape. Yeah, this is their escape. It's a hazard if it's closed. Okay. Thank you, guys. Hey, everybody, we're going to back up. Go, back up. Back up. Go on.
these even real firemen, or are these just like volunteers at this point?
These are the hotshot crews. These are the young dudes and dudettes out here. They're gonna go. They carve out fire lines, fight the fire, carve out paths. Really hard fucking job to do under these circumstances in these hills. These guys over here, man. Shout out to those young men.
Response is incredible. There is a massive amount of firefighters. Yes, sir. You got down? Thank you. Right there has an envelope. Right there.
I took a firefighting class and I did that one day. When I was like 17, we went out to the hills to make these little paths and it was like, no way. It was so hard. Under the heat. Imagine now during the fire how hot it gets.
I got another TikToker out and about.
Dice Elizabeth, deja de hablar si tú no haces nada. Vamos a bloquearla,
Oh, this is that.
¿Cómo ven? La bloqueamos
This is
o
that
como
dude from
estamos
earlier.
tratando de divertir allá de su casita.
Paco, you still here?
¿Cómo ven, muchachos? Lo que ustedes digan, yo no
Give us a
bloqueo a nadie.
translation.
Sí, ok, se fue, mira, Elizabeth. Dijeron que te fueras. Yo no quise, amiga. Ay, disculpa.
Oh, is it Cal Fire? When I went to the class, they were called the hot shots. All right, Cal Fire then. Different crew, same job. Lower your volume. I'm giving you 5 seconds to lower your volume. Volume might go up a little bit when I zoom in here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Why would the volume go up when you zoom in? What? There's a fire at a Fort Worth, Texas power station? Because of course there is. Zoom in microphone. Oh, okay. Right. Fractal phones are fancy as shit now.
Is any further east of this.
Big C's. It's quantum audio, Austin. You wouldn't understand.
Notice all these very observant. No, that's exactly right. Yeah, I mean that's they've got his team's ready to go to get up in there and carve those lines, those anchors there. And as you know, some of these hiking this is not easy terrain, right? I mean it's really tough, and just to get a nice good exercise and a good hike.
Kind of seems like the volume went down when he zoomed in.
Bueno, ahora sí vengo armado. Ya valió reata, era. Ay, hijo de su chingada madre.
Arriba, arriba.
Hubo, bueno, hay todavía el. Ah, su chingada madre.
Now we're stuck right here. You can see more little small fires on top of the hill. Once I leave here, I'm not going to be able to come back, so we're just going to stay here for a little bit. Trucks are being cool.
Much more frantic. You can just see it in the firefighters trying to get.
Push those out right after the incident occurred, which was at 17:34 hours. So we took immediate action. We had our resources arrive on scene. They're actively engaged in firefighting. We also have active air resources in the air that are assisting with the firefight. We have 210 personnel on the scene as we speak. So we want the community to make good decisions. We want them to stay safe. We also need them to evacuate now.
Absolutely. Chief Crowley, earlier today you were talking about how it's still a long night ahead. These fires are dynamic, and you did say how appreciative, with the winds dying down, we could have the support of the air firefight happening as well. What did you think when you found out about this fire starting? Because you're already pretty thin right now with fire personnel.
Right. So you hit it spot on. Our air assets are limited by how much wind is out there, so sometimes they have to be grounded because of that. The good news on this particular fire is that we have our air assets in the air actively fighting the fire, and this is a huge and important resource that we can fully utilize at this point. To have multiple brush fires that are actively burning in the city at the same time is very, very challenging. We've been messaging since yesterday when the Palisades fire actually started, and we've been working very, very hard with our firefighters, our local agencies, regional, state, federal resources. This particular fire right now that we're looking at, we're watching, we're actively engaged in. Again, we've got 210 personnel that are on the scene protecting structures, but our number one priority will always be protecting life.
Like that,
and with that evacuation order went out very, very quickly. Again, we need the public to listen to the evacuation orders. The shelters are already open, and we're ready to go there as well.
And I wanted to just make sure, while we have the TV audience here watching this, that people understand where the evacuation order is currently. Right now, it is Laurel Canyon to the west, Mulholland Boulevard to the north, the 101 freeway to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard to the south. If people are evacuating the area and are looking for a place to go, the city and the Emergency Operations Center has opened an emergency shelter at the Pan Pacific Park Gymnasium at 7600 Beverly Boulevard. Staff are already there and waiting for people if they need support, and they are welcome to evacuate to the Pan Pacific Park Gymnasium if they need a place to go. And I really want to emphasize this evacuation order is very important, and I hope that people are heeding the calls to leave this area.
Absolutely. Councilmember Rahman, obviously these giant events take everybody's cooperation. Number one, what do you have to say to your constituents and to the citizens of Los Angeles as they deal with this, unfolding disaster? And secondly, what have you heard about water, our water usage? What should we do when it comes to that?
You know, I'm going to let Chief Crowley talk about water usage and water usage guidelines, because I think it varies very widely depending on where you are and how great the need is for water resources in that particular area. I know there's a region of the city where they have a boil water advisory. And so I want people to make sure that they're looking at instructions from DWP on how to manage water issues. But to my constituents at this time, you know, I have, this is the fire I hoped would never happen during my time as council member. And it is happening. It is happening tonight. I want everyone to take it very seriously. I want people to follow orders. I want people to leave these sites. We want no one to get hurt as a result of this. And I want my constituents to know that the city of Los Angeles, along with its partners across the county, have pulled every resource possible to address this quickly and effectively and efficiently. The evacuation order went out minutes after we knew about the fire and were alerted to it. And we really hope that people heed these orders and stay safe.
So well put. And then Chief Crowley, about the water thing, what should we tell our viewers about usage?
Right. So just understand that when we have an active fire like this, especially as large as this is, our firefighters need every single ounce of water that's out there to help supply our fire hoses. So with that, we need the community to understand that when they're using water or overuse of water during
this is a
active
fire.
incident.
And, we've done our research, and we believe water stops fire. You see,
to put the fire out.
So we're just trying to figure out how to
understand that.
find water and put it on the fire. No one's ever done this before. We're the first ones to think of this.
Absolutely. Chief Crowley, you saw some of the images from people trying to evacuate. I know people were evacuating when they heard the warning come out. We saw the gridlock as well. Would you say that the LAPD, how's everybody responding to try to get people out of these canyon locations?
Right. So it's a coordinated effort for sure. You know, mind you, that's why the evacuation is very, very important. It has to be in an orderly fashion. As the constituents and our community members are coming down the hill, remember, we have our fire engines that are trying to get up the hill to get to the actual incident. So it's very, very important.
I don't think they've tried milk yet. Honestly, they really need to try Gatorade.
Emergency resources
Fire
to get up
craves
to the incident
electrolytes.
so that we can mitigate that emergency as quickly as possible. So that's the key. We want to be very, very focused in our approach. We want to message it very early. We need the community to take this very seriously. Like we've been talking about for the last 2 days at this point, evacuation is where we are, number one, going to be saving lives and property second.
Yeah.
And I wanted to confirm that LAPD, Hollywood Divider, managing the evacuation. They have additional support coming in, many of whom who are already there helping to manage that traffic. The gridlock south of the evacuation area. I think as people move through that area, I hope that they will continue to follow orders and interact with LAPD and follow their guidance as they move through this evacuation.
We know that you two have to go. You have a tremendous amount of work, but just one last question for both of you. We're dealing with this tragedy as it unfolds, and obviously so many things are happening as we speak, but pretty soon this will be behind us, but there's going to be a huge recovery period. What should we keep in mind as we evaluate the damage, the lives lost, and what needs to be happening next and as a community?
I want to tell you that the part of the work of the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, through an incident like this is actually to help take the first steps through recovery. We will have a Department of Building and Safety available as early as this weekend to be able to start looking and assessing damage. And further information about that will be available on my socials, on my council office socials.
Subscribe to my TikTok
and
more info.
on through the official channels of the city. So please take a look out.
Down here?
Pack up and leave. Take whatever you can, but your life is more important than property, and that's
That's always the good advice. As you know, in Altadena, the Eden fire, sadly, 5 people lost their lives, civilians. It is very possible that those folks were at home, decided to stay in the area when the orders were issued. We don't know at this time, but that's a possibility.
Michelle Fisher talking about seeing somebody who did not belong to the property go inside in the Palisades fire, go in with the backpack and a flashlight, possibly take some things, and then remark to her and her photographer. They had some pretty nice vintage surfboards. I wish I would have taken those. And I guess they advised them that's not a good idea. But that is also the apprehension for people who do have to evacuate. That's the stress. And I know the LAPD is certainly, and the LA County Sheriff's Department, really trying to protect property in that regard.
Absolutely, and people should absolutely stay vigilant. And the law enforcement
at what point is LA
doing their
officially
jobs.
zoned?
I will say that
It's a good question.
Mostly what I have heard from constituents
we've
is
never
how can
zoned
I help?
an entire
how can I help
city
other people
before?
who are impacted? What can I do to help my city at this time? And that outpouring of support for other Angelenos has been remarkable to witness.
Right. Councilmember Rahman, Chief Crowley, thank you so much for spending some time with us. We know that you are super busy. We appreciate the free line of communication and the information that you've been able to give us today.
Thank you for sharing the information.
Yeah, best of luck to you. So that's some good information, but also
Is
it
it?
does.
What's this guy?
Los bomberos, la verdad esto está chingón. Bendito Dios, nos quitó el aire, vean, nos quitó todo el aire. Véanlo, vean, no se mueve nada. No se mueve nada, Diosito, gracias. Ahí está el paro, ahí está. Ya nada más es cosa de que ahorita terminemos este jale y nos vamos, miren.
Agitprop, are the winds supposed to pick back up tomorrow morning to 90
Bendito
miles
Dios,
an hour?
no hay nada de aire, 1% de aire, nada, ni 1%. Completa.
Evacuation's underway in Hollywood Hills.
There are folks who are out here looking around, but this is the roadblock that LAPD has set up at La Brea and Hollywood. And if we keep turning you up the road to where the Hollywood Bowl would be in that direction here, folks, you can
Big
see
flop,
to
the
the
guy saving his
northwest,
TV while his house is on
the
fire?
flame
No, I missed that.
is there right now. We've been
See if I
monitoring
can
it,
find
and I
it.
will tell you that the big distinction that we're feeling right now compared to where we were last
I saw
night,
people
though
like
these aren't
taking
ideal
clothes out of
conditions
their
by
house. I
any
didn't see
means.
you taking a
The
TV.
winds are significantly less. But among the people here tonight who are
There it is. I think I
evacuated,
found
Tony,
it.
talk to me about
Oh, I did
your
see this.
situation and
I just
what you've experienced.
completely missed the TV.
I was up there and I was thinking in the morning, oh, these houses half made of concrete, half
I'll play it
made
in a
of
second.
wood. All the houses are not prepared for fire. So I think people need to start rethinking about that. I just
People need to start thinking about what to do in case of a fire.
The fire was up there, and then when I see it, I was on Beverly Center, Beverly Hills. I see the fire, like, what is that? This Santa Monica.
No one's ever thought
Yes,
about this
it's going
before.
to Hollywood. Damn! And then I call everyone. Hey, everything is okay. Yeah. We already evacuated everything. So now it doesn't make sense to go up there because I already have everything, documents and everything that I need there. So, but I think that people need to prepare for it. And right now, follow the rules. Right now is a good time to don't rush.
And I want to give you a live look around here as Tommy, if you can just kind of show the crowd here that's out here tonight, because on any given night in Hollywood, there's going to be a lot of people out and about, but then you add in an evacuation order, and that only adds to it. You've got the road closures that are in place. Tell me about what you've seen as far as the flames from this intersection where you've been standing. Has it grown in size? Has it dropped?
I see it, and it first starts small, then grows, and then it go small again right now. So right now it go smaller. So I guess it's gonna go up and down, up and down. It's gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight to turn the fire off.
Well, Tony, thank you so much for your time here tonight.
Yes,
as you
thank
look
you
live
for whatever that
there
was.
at the firefight that is ongoing in the Hollywood Hills again.
All right, here's the dude saving his TV, apparently. Oh yeah, there's his TV right there. Really? That TV was worth saving? Big Floppa, this is why you should always have a bug out bag, because sometimes shit happens. Agreed. But no one's ever thought about that in LA before, apparently.
Your family had to evacuate?
My whole family had to evacuate earlier. We were watching IP2 network, and then we saw the fire, and they could have possibly just lost everything. But I live down here, so I'm good.
You live down here,
yeah,
so
but they're like right next to Runyon Canyon, so.
How do you feel right now watching this? It seems as though the airdrops have helped and assisted in this firefight.
I'm very upset by it, but I'm just glad that I was able to get an alert on IP2, because, you know, I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we are going to keep an eye on this. Kathy and Jonathan, we'll send it back into you.
All right, Alex Rozier there covering now his third fire in a matter of 2 days for us there at the base of the hills where this Sunset Fire now continues to burn. We have that shot from our Conan Nolan up above on the right side of your screen. We have seen continuous water drops. That is the tool that we did not get to see last night, Kathy. It's such a relief to be able to see that tonight, to see fire crews
even
use
if it's a little bug out
the
bag.
best resource they have to attack
better than
fires
nothing.
Yeah, big difference that water dropping has made, and we just brought up talking with David Bigger a minute ago. If this had been yesterday when we had the winds, it would be a different story. But no, at least tonight.
Told that they can't come into the area. They're trying to come back and check on their homes and just praying and hoping for the best.
Yes, make sure you have extra battery packs in the bug out bag in case you're live streaming and need to recharge your phones.
In their neighborhoods, especially in Pacific Palisades, who just don't know if their home is okay or not, and it's hard to tell. Some people have Ring cameras, but if the power goes out, some of those Ring cameras
back to the
don't
zone.
work, and so they just don't know. Laura
You
Diaz,
haven't been here
thank you for
since
your
summer of
continued
2020?
reporting out there. We will continue to check back with you throughout the night as we are about to enter what would usually be our primetime programming here on Fox. Tonight, we are preempting that primetime programming so that we continue to bring you our live commercial-free coverage both on.
So that's why everyone's left, and I think people are scared from what happened yesterday at Palisades. And a lot of the people evacuating, this area of Hollywood is a bunch of apartments. So that's probably the last place you want to be in a fire. It's harder to get out of an apartment building that catches fire.
I guess it's probably J Glock, not
I've never
JG
seen so many
Lock.
people leaving like that at once. And there's just way more.
Okay, we haven't seen any looting, but we have heard reports of looting. Jay, how is this more important than Murder, She Wrote? I don't understand. Isn't Matlock supposed to be on next? What's this bullshit? It could be J.G. Wentworth. That's true. J.G. Wentworth's cousin, J.G. Locke. They're still saying no containment up here.
16,000 acres now. There is still 0% containment.
16,000 acres.
Orders have been extended for areas of Santa Monica, and those areas include north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts of north of San Vicente are still in place. Right now, more than 15,000 people do not have gas in the Malibu area, and there's also a boil water advisory for the Sunset Mesa community for the specific zip code 90272. We're also keeping a close watch on the Eaton fire. This one has burned 10,600 acres and continuing to grow tonight. And sadly, we can report at least 5 people have been killed there.
They need enormous fire blankets. Yeah,
more than 1,000.
Anyone got a fire blanket the size
that have been destroyed. City leaders are also
Hollywood?
asking people to leave the fire area. Many people have left.
China can make it for us.
Behind to try to put out the
They'll
flames
get
in their homes.
They'll get their little slave labors on it.
You know that
We'll have it
people
done
are
by
asking
morning.
people to get out immediately so that that firefighters continue to do the work that they need to do because there are still active fires
Susie,
burning there.
are the Palisades contained?
Right now
Well, I think the Palisades are just
Center
gone.
And the Arcadia Community
So,
Center.
I don't know if
We
they
have live
consider that
coverage tonight on
containment
every
or
one of these fires.
just
All right, we just want to
utter
update that
complete
Cozy
failure.
is not
I
on Channel
wanna-
6. We'll get that information out to you. We're going to start with Robert Kovacic. He is live in the Hollywood Hills with the very latest on the Sunset Fire. Robert?
Well, what we're looking at right now, Kathy and Jonathan, is that this is an aerial assault to a fire here in the Hollywood Hills. What you don't want to happen here in the Hollywood Hills is for this fire to spread for a number of reasons. First of all, it is so densely populated. Oof. Second of all, this is an area.
Always a tweet. Apparently, the mayor of LA back in 2021 tweeted, Ted Cruz fleeing Texas in the middle of a deadly crisis is part of a larger pattern of the GOP abandoning folks in crisis. We need to build a movement to kick them all out. Okay, Karen. Of course, her name is Karen, too. Have you guys seen that picture of the Palisades just completely burned out? There's a couple of them, but hang on. This is wild. Look at that. That's crazy.
But I am at least grateful for the fact that the winds are nowhere near what they were, and that we have air support already in place, dropping immense amounts of water on that fire already.
How do you feel about the number of resources that are available to tackle it, given, of course,
I was wondering that too, Red Dog. There were a lot of trees that survived that somehow.
I'm seeing that the Beverly Hills Fire Department is now monitoring the Sunset Fire. I'm also hearing that the command post for the Sunset Fire is already requesting more strike teams. I think about 10 more engines, which, you know, leads you to believe that they are strapped and they need help.
Well, I'm not sure how best to describe it. I would say that what I've seen, I'm at the Emergency Operations Center right now, watching the deployment in real time from this central nodal point where they're coordinating all of the resources. What I have seen from what is being done is that they're putting everything possible towards addressing this fire and making sure that it does not grow in a neighborhood where there is so many people who are living.
Surviving fire.
And so to me, the call for more resources is really about making sure that we are addressing this as rapidly as possible with everything that we have available to us, including possibly additional resources that we're asking for right now. But we already have additional resources here from other jurisdictions, and there is a number of personnel. I heard that there were already over 200 personnel deployed to be fighting this fire.
This
and
really
I'm
looks like a war-torn
that we can continue engaging
how
with
does
this
this
fire
tree
with that level of intensity, given where it is in the city. This is the fire I never wanted to see as a council member, and I want it addressed as quickly as possible. That is what I'm seeing here at the Emergency Operations Center.
We're talking with Nitya Raman, who represents Hollywood on the LA City Council. We know in Hollywood there are some very iconic spots. The Hollywood sign, top among them. We also have the Dolby Theater. We have the Walk of Fame, other places like that. Obviously,
trees or wet sponges.
Every structure, everything is
obviously
important, but
these trees survive.
extra resources
Some trees
meant
don't.
on a strategy like this to try to extra protect some of these iconic structures?
I think we're very aware of where we have some of these really historic and iconic structures. At this moment, given the location.
What's going on here?
Because there was a gas line still going, so you can see the crews in there. I mean, dangerous work, but there's just not enough utility crews to go around to all of these homes. astounded, dumbfounded almost by the amount of houses we have seen up here that have been burned. There are neighborhoods that have been leveled here in Altadena, and this is one of those areas. We just came off of Fair Oaks near Mendocino here.
Joe Knox, no, the Hollywood sign is still standing.
From the corner to the corner, the entire block, all of the houses have been burned. This is just one of them here that they are working on, and these appear to be very large homes up here. I'm going to have Brian pan over here this direction just to show you that you can see these huge fireplaces. You can see how large this house was at one time, and there's just literally nothing left here. And the crews, as I said, going from burned home to turn off of these utilities up in this area. And I just want to stress it. I can't begin to stress it enough, I should say. We were up here last night, up in Altadena. We were directly by Eaton Canyon and watched this firestorm roar through the area. When I left for the night, I knew that it would be, lots of areas would be at risk because of those winds. I never in my life expected it to be this bad. I knew we would lose some homes, but there are dozens and dozens of homes that have been lost up here.
It's more than just up there in that area.
I mean, it's neighborhoods, as I said, and it's heartbreaking for those of us that live up in this area. I've been here for 25 years. I've lived in here. Let's go, Brian. We'll go across with them and watch some of the wires that have been down. I've lived up in this area for 25 years, and I've never seen a fire do this. I've never seen a fire come this low or down into the city, what everybody calls the city area of Altadena and Pasadena.
All right, apparently this guy has a theory on what caused it.
A little girl who was...
Fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the news though, you're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There, you know,
I think
winds.
It's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the
unacceptable.
It was all the gay people in LA.
Yes, I can hear you.
Homes have been lost. And then, of course, on the Eaton fire, as we tragically know, 5 lives were lost. They simply couldn't get out of the fire in time last night when it first broke out, and so we have lost 5 lives. That is absolutely heartbreaking and devastating. And you can see the crews going in right now, you can see how the fire, I mean, it just continues to burn because those are the gas lines continuing to burn. And there is no way to stop that fire without turning off the gas lines. So these guys have been coming in and realize that their tools will do it. So this is tremendous work on their part. This is LA County doing this work. We have seen crews in from Arizona. I have seen crews up here from Nevada. There have some from northern San Diego County. We saw Rancho Santa Fe, Rancho Santa Margarita. It's amazing to see those extra crews coming in. The help certainly is needed. Especially, I was shocked to see the ones from Arizona and Nevada. They drove through the night, they said, to get here once they knew that the help was needed, trying to reach this area as quickly as possible, and they've been out. Again, here in the Altadena area, Eaton Canyon area, they have been stationed kind of in quadrants of the city and then going from kind of patrolling just to make sure nothing else erupts, no other hotspots erupt. So that's what they've been doing for now. But this is the latest here in Altadena. I would real quickly just want to say.
Instagram. Yeah, 3 of them.
705 BBY.
Hold on. Okay, síganla.
This guy's getting
what's important here.
people's
All right,
Instagrams.
you got Instagram through me.
Now's the time to start picking up girls.
I
Okay.
got you. See? Tapped in with the IG. I don't know who we're talking to right now.
Can I see your?
Yeah.
All right.
705 BBY.
Bro, I thought like.
Seconds, but thank you so much, Leanne. The good news is she's saying that the winds have died down quite a bit. We're having some signal issues, Leanne. We'll go back to you in a little while. We're going to move over to Hollywood now, and Tim Caputo, who's been watching the Sunset Fire. Tim, a lot calmer now suddenly.
It's unbelievable because after 40 minutes of essentially 2-3 hoses from different houses, you see the top of the palm tree mostly out at this point. It actually looks pretty good, all considering what it looked like when we last spoke about 40 to 45 minutes ago. It was actually a number of good Samaritans who were up here in the street who grabbed the hoses from this house. They actually talked to the homeowner on the Ring camera to get access to not only the ladder there, but
and the impact damaged the asphalt, and also some of the asphalt here melted as well. And unfortunately, we know that homes burned on either side of the street. In fact, to the north of us, I can't see the outline of a single home. I'm only seeing the outline of what's left. Fireplaces, chimneys. And walk with me, because the vantage point from up here really gives you an idea of the scope of the devastation. Ordinarily, this view would be obscured by houses. You would not be able to see so far, but right now we're seeing multiple homes on fire. We also know that there are some businesses. The Bunny Museum is there in the distance. But there's so many flames and so many outlines here of buildings, or at least what's left of them, that I can't tell how many homes here were destroyed. But you got to just think about how many families have been impacted and how this neighborhood has been changed forever. Some people will come back and rebuild, we know. Others, though, will opt not to or won't be able to and will end up living elsewhere. So the fabric of this community has changed after the Eaton fire. And all day long, we've been driving up Lake Avenue and the surrounding areas, and every street that we turned onto, we saw devastation. Or occasionally there would be a few homes that were not touched by the fire, but even though some of those homeowners,
3 different homes, obviously the home itself, but you see how
had sustained, or the fear that even though they had survived yesterday and today, their home might not be standing tomorrow because of what you see here. There's still a lot of active flame here in Altadena, and of course, as long as these buildings or what's left of them are burning, there's always a potential that an ember might spark another fire and ignite another home on fire. And sadly, this is a reality tonight. I can say, though, we're not seeing any wind, which I'm sure is a huge relief to the people around here. And the temperatures have also dropped, so both of those things will help firefighters in their fight. That's the latest from Altadena. I'm Christy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy, so glad to hear that you're not seeing or feeling the winds like you were yesterday. That is great news. That's
dumbass could come out here. Yeah. Leave the dumb shit to people like me.
Agropecuarias que tú no podrías entender.
It looks like it's calming down. They're rolling up their hoses here too.
Deep Gully, how about all the chemicals people are breathing in? Yeah, probably not good.
I haven't seen a helicopter make a drop yet, but I think they are.
Chuck Foods says, do you all think it was likely arson? I'm not sure. What's this guy talking about?
Just over here, and we had to come together as a community and just get our garden hoses together and just like put it out. We were doing that for the past hour, and now I'm just like going around the neighborhood seeing who else needs help.
And you live right here?
Yeah, just over here, right down the street.
Describe when it was, just a few seconds ago, we saw the orange glow, and it was looking really scary. The embers were flying everywhere, but then the chopper came by and dropped the water, and it looks so much better right now.
Yeah. So like over here, luckily the fire department is able to make quick work of it, which super thankful to the LAFD, and yeah, it's really a crazy night. Just a lot of crazy outcomes tonight.
Yeah, I did see the fear in your eyes when we were walking up here because it was looking bad.
Yeah, it was like
it's still a threat to many in this neighborhood. That's why the evacuation orders, they're mandatory.
Yeah, exactly.
This should also be viewed knowing that poor management has led insurance companies to leave California and drop home insurance.
Making sure that people can
it's over the fires. Yeah, exactly. So, a lot lot of people are mad that some insurance companies dropped a lot of people's fire insurance this summer, some like last month. But it's mostly because California has made a law that they can't raise the prices.
It was very nice.
They've set the prices that insurance companies are allowed to charge, and insurance companies are like, this doesn't make sense for us.
You too.
So we're just not going to cover it.
He was helping one of his neighbors out there put out a fire, and like I said, firefighters here, the LAFD is doing an amazing job. They are battling this from the ground and also from above. We've heard those choppers. We've seen the water drops, and in fact, I was telling Joe Perez, the photojournalist I'm with tonight, said if we get too close, we might actually get wet. So we have to be just, when we hear those helicopters, we have to just move down a little bit because we could get wet. But a lot of firefighters here are out here, multiple engines. They're battling this one. This is such a densely populated area, and obviously
do you even have options? I mean, what insurance company is going to cover fire if one, they know that fires are likely, and that two, the cities aren't prepared for them and don't even have water reservoirs to put the fires out, and three, they're not allowed to charge more than a certain price. I mean, what insurance company would cover it?
Now there are so many evacuation orders, and people are frustrated. Some people don't want to leave, but it's really for their own good, for their safety. Firefighters are saying just leave, access open in case they have to go inside to battle the blaze. Hopefully that won't be the case, and they can battle this fire from above and get it under control before it sparks another fire.
Can we talk about the contrast between what you saw last night and what you're seeing tonight? I'm thinking about your picture 24 hours ago in Altadena.
And stay on top of whatever goes on, and hopefully they're able to combat the flames head on. Sooner the better. Live from Hollywood, my name is Daniel Ramirez for NBC4.
It's almost like socialism doesn't work.
Daniel, you're at the base of what was a historic property that turned into a park decades ago, Runyon Canyon, one of the most popular hiking spots in all of the city of Los Angeles. I know that you're visiting us from our sister station in Las Vegas, so we want to thank you for helping us out during this really tough time for our city. Have you been able to talk to anybody as you made your way up the hill to this area? Did you get a chance to speak to anybody who may be getting out, or they're in their cars or anything of that nature, or even the firefighters themselves?
Yeah, definitely. We have been able to speak to a few people here in the area, mostly just a wave of emotions and just a lot to process in the moment. There's including a few people here, residentials, thankfully, and just waiting with faith, with the hope that the flames don't make their way any further down the mountainside. And yeah, like you mentioned, the Runyon Canyon Park is an iconic area here in the Hollywood area, normally for people to be able to just explore, and just one of the iconic places here that maybe a lot of tourists, not just necessarily the people, the LA locals, but definitely for the tourists, that it's an attraction for them to be able to explore this area. But like you mentioned, we'll hopefully be able to see more of the results once the sun comes out in the next couple of hours, once in the AM hours of the day, to hopefully be able to see, hopefully not too bad of a result of the aftermath of the flames here tonight.
All right, Daniel, thank you so much. We want to check in right now with NBC4's Darsha Phillips. She's been in the Pacific Palisades covering the fires there. She was there all last night, and she is...
This guy pinned the back of his jacket so that it would look better on him.
Shopping, a place to eat, and as you can see here behind me, it's been
look at the pin.
Flames burning from multiple buildings here, and smoke rising from the ash. Again, this is where the community.
Because I want to show you what's going on at Temescal Canyon. This is something that we've run into all throughout the Palisades. You can kind of see it. It's a little bit dark, but we've got power lines that have just are hanging really low, which is why you see the CHP officer there with the spotlight. They want to make sure that no one's going to get tangled in those power lines. So these are the things that we are seeing all across the Pacific Palisades. And I was here last night. Obviously, the winds were so strong. They were extreme
Big
winds.
siege.
It's definitely
Yeah,
died
I
down, but
had
we
all
are
my
still
crypto
seeing
keys at
active
that
flame
Bank of
up there.
America.
We are still seeing some pretty strong gusts up there, so the fight isn't over. And also what we are seeing is just complete devastation. Now, since there wasn't cell phone reception up there, we couldn't get a signal out there. I did do something where I taped.
When you can, all right, why don't you show us, talk about where you are, because this firefight in Palisades is going a lot worse than what we're seeing in Hollywood.
Oh, I mean, it's staggering when you drive in from Sunset. So we approach from the 405. We approach going westbound along Sunset. And as you drive, there's obviously no service. There's no lights anywhere. So it's hard to see, but you can just see the shells of home after home after home, building after building. We're kind of near the Palisades Village right now. And I want to show you this church. This is the Community United Methodist Church of Pacific Palisades. Look at this destruction. I mean, hardly anything left standing. These beams have been smoldering what looks like for hours. No firefighters have been here putting any water on it. I mean, the good news about this particular structure is that it's got these rock walls on either side of it. That's obviously the only thing that is going to be left standing at the end. And you can see this this tower in the background. I'm not sure what this was or what this is, but that is still standing a tiny bit. But this is the scene that we are seeing over and over and over again as you drive throughout different neighborhoods in the Pacific Palisades. It is like something out of a movie. I mean, it's staggering the amount of devastation that this community has seen. Again, we're right down the street. We're on Via de la Paz, so we're very close to the Pacific Palisades, the village. When you drive along there, the facades of so many of those businesses, everything is just gone. And again, it's a really eerie thing at night because there are no lights. The only light that you can see are glows from places like this. So you can see the fire glows from homes that are actively burning, and that's it. There are no lights. There's no electricity. There's no cell service. The only reason that you're able to see us right now is because of a Starlink connection that we just got today. That's the only reason we're able to hear.
Is she praising
communicate
Elon
with you guys right now? Because there's absolutely no cell service at all in this
everyone in LA
area.
watching this
It's also
isn't
a
gonna
ghost
like
town,
that.
which is a good thing. There's obviously
Elon
there's
did
no
something
people.
good?
You can't drive onto Sunset Boulevard. You can't get this far. So there's nobody walking around. There's nobody driving, which just creates, again, this really eerie, apocalyptic kind of vibe as you're driving around.
No face, yeah. I don't know how many
scenes
auto zones
this,
have been affected
There's
yet.
just nothing left here. I mean, you look at these huge, what appear to be wooden beams that are just collapsing on themselves.
Low key, I wonder how many directors are filming
Everything that was
B-roll.
inside this
So
church
many.
is gone.
Right, Jay? Yeah, all of a sudden the feed has
does
been
look
lost
like
here.
The only things that will be left
And they'll
standing
blame it on
are
Elon.
these rock walls, parts of these rock foundations. You can see over here as well, parts of the outlines of it, of some more of these rock structure. So those will be the only things left standing. But the crazy thing is, on Via de la Paz, all the structures around this are still standing. So you see situations like this where entire neighborhoods are completely flattened. There's not a single home on some streets. And then areas like this where you've got one thing burning, but everything around it is still intact. So it's going to be interesting to really take count of the destruction and of how many structures have burned and how they burned. Because just when you're looking at it, it seems like a lot of these are just ember driven, like an ember dropped on these buildings or on one of these buildings, because that's the only thing that's on fire. Everything else is left standing. We're also feeling these winds kind of kicking up. I don't know if you can kind of see the smoke and the embers flying this way, but we've just been feeling that in the last, 10 to 15 minutes. There are these winds that have really been kicking up here, kind of ripping through, and they're just fanning the things that are left burning. But again, there's really nothing left standing on any of the structures that have been burning, because there just has not been an active firefight to put these things out. Everything that has burned is really, it appears to be a total loss. So unbelievable destruction here in the Pacific Palisades. So many people are going to be affected by this and are just, it's just going to be such a long process for so many people going forward, you guys.
Chelsea, you were there last night. The winds were howling. How do you compare night to night?
We're watching a water drop here.
I would say this is different. We were also in a different location, and that might have something to do with it. We were on PCH last night, and that was a hurricane.
Yeah,
I mean,
nice
it felt like when I've covered hurricanes on the East Coast in the past. This
back.
doesn't feel like that, but it's still very strong. I mean, this doesn't feel like a typical windy day. This feels like an extraordinarily windy day. I mean, look at these embers.
Yeah.
You see them just flying right in that direction. Then it's going to flip around at some point. The wind is going to shift, and then they'll start flying the other direction, either directly onto us or up the street or back that way. So, I mean, still a very active wind event that's happening here, and that's obviously what's keeping these things burning. But again, there's not a lot left to burn in the structures that have burned. They're just gone.
Chelsea, thank you. Let's bring meteorologist Adam Kruger into the conversation. And Adam, so often here we talk about microclimates in Southern California, and we just saw an example of that. Where Chelsea was, lots of wind. Where Gina was, in Runyon Canyon, almost no wind. And you see
yes, sometimes wind isn't everywhere all at once. That's true. That is true. Mountain months, microclimate change, right? Don't give them any ideas.
The LAPD, they're gonna start kicking people out.
Ooh, kicking people out. Are we gonna get a zoning?
They're coming for Jacob's Zone.
Rebel Yankee. Don't say it. Don't say that shit. Nashville will have to be the new Hollywood. Oh. Big siege. Austin is a confirmed microclimate denier. Microclimate change denier. Matthew, are they gonna find tunnel entrances in the rubble? Probably.
The cops are here to do something. Now they're gone.
Pretty good terms as to the importance of timing, that this didn't happen yesterday. Yes, it looks a lot better. I believe we see that is I believe an LA City fire. The county fire helicopter, the Chinook 47s, that is the QRF, the rapid.
Happened to catch on fire. It's as positive of a situation as it appears.
No, they're not mandatory. You can stay, but there's not that much fire up there.
So the fire takes the direction now?
It's pretty much out. It's only at the very top. Like if you can go up there, you can see.
Okay.
It's at the very top, at the top of the mountain towards Mall, and it's going that way. But they have helicopters now. They got water on them.
So we're safe.
Pretty safe. You'll be able to get out of here.
Yeah.
But if any of these catch on fire, it's going to be like one at a time. But you won't be trapped in here.
Appears to be still pretty good fire going in the Hollywood Hills. Nothing like last night, of course.
It looks like everybody's calmed down. No more evacuation order here. Looks like the traffic is really calmed down. So that's good. Hopefully we'll...
No outlet. Y de esas calles que das así la vueltita, ahí alcanzó una casa. Cuando yo la recorrí.
Oh, it's Santa's workshop.
5-8 person down, 60 Olympic Boulevard. Action is 165 San Fernando Mission Boulevard. On East Street in Alameda. Try to avoid any surveying cars trying to make a left there.
Hollywood fire has calmed down. I mean, there's still a chance of another fire popping up or it's still spreading. It looks like it's calmed down. All the mayhem has calmed down in these streets too. Everyone was panicking and getting out of here. I don't blame them. After seeing the news yesterday, seeing 1,000 structures go down, and being so close to the fire, and also the air quality sucks.
I think the air quality sucked before the fires, but we won't go there.
Rescue 12, LAPD apparent actual. Rescue 12, roger.
Untouched by the fire. Now, a couple of other things that I've observed and I can report to you, Alex, is that again, the egresses and ingresses to this area, very difficult indeed. We drove up from Pacific Coast Highway through Topanga, and that was very dangerous because you think about fires, you don't think about landslides. And there was a lot of land that had slipped off of the hillside onto Topanga Canyon, enough so that that lane, either a south or northbound lane, was blocked by all of that dirt. Some of it was smoldering. It was interesting to see. I wasn't thinking that that's what we were going to see, but that's the first time I've seen something where the...
Wow, check out this.
And it is entirely untouched, which is great news. Again, we're looking for these small victories in this town that has been almost burned to the ground entirely. More than half of the structures in town, from what we've
Nice
seen,
try,
are gone.
Burger
If
King.
not more than that, we've driven down long stretches of roadways here where
Burger
house
King set
after
these
house,
fires.
nothing was spared. It is really a nightmarish, apocalyptic scene here, and we can feel the heat still pouring off of this structure as it kicks up more embers. It is still blowing,
Jet
not
fuel
like
can't
what we
melt
saw
palm
last
trees.
night, but it is still blowing pretty strongly, and that is increasing the danger once again of those last structures that have not burned from flaring up again tonight. And it's only a matter of time before this structure comes down. It's just
Look at this tree on the car.
When did it happen, bro? Did this happen yesterday or today?
I don't know, bro.
Oh.
I'm gonna go turn off the bush, though.
Go for it.
Here, especially given how California insurance companies have pulled out their coverage, and it makes it a lot more difficult to build a home here, especially after they have suffered such devastating loss. So it's just
McDonald's is
it's
finally
hard
flame
to
broiled.
grapple with such widespread loss and devastation. You can't drive down any road in this city without seeing something that has been lost, and in some areas the entire community, neighborhoods have been burned to the ground. And just another example right here for this church. Guys.
Yeah, you can't park there.
Thank you very much. Boy, you
So,
are talking about when we can,
they'll have a
when we
ticket
can
when they
see
come
some
back.
victories, and it's certainly good because you've just seen so much destruction. We're talking with Los Angeles Fire Department, Margaret Stewart. Margaret, thank you so much for joining us again. I know we spoke to you last night. We're seeing, we have live images over Pacific Palisades right now. We're seeing a lot of fire personnel. We're seeing all the damage there, but now our Air 7 is also focusing on the Sunset Fire. Can you give us some details on, we don't want to have a false sense of security because we seem to think it lies down, but then it flares up. So can you give us what you guys are thinking about and how you're assessing the Sunset Fire?
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with the statement of not getting a false sense of security. Obviously, we're in a much better place than we were, 2 hours ago. The airdropping helicopters were able to make a continuous assault. We had both our aircraft and some from LA County, and they are the ones that really do the bulk of the work on this type of a fire. We have crews on the ground that were working the vegetation along the edges of Runyon Canyon, as well as structural defense, and they were also doing some door-to-door evacuations in the area immediately south of the southern entrance, so from Franklin north between Fuller and Vista. They went door to door in that area because that was the most immediate threat. Our evacuation zone remains in effect. That has not been lifted. As you said, we still have active fire. We do have winds. Obviously, they're not what we've been dealing with the last 2 nights, but
is anyone in the path of the big snowstorm coming on Friday, Saturday?
The evacuation orders stay out, and once it's safe to lift it and repopulate, we'll do so.
Good advice there, and we want to reiterate that point. At this point, though, clearly it's not as dire as it was a couple of hours ago. What is your biggest concern at this point?
We still need to be able to fully extinguish this fire. So we have a lot of water dropping that's still going to take place. We don't want people to, start heading back in.
The guy blamed the insurance companies for leaving as if they decided to do so based on malice, right? As if insurance companies don't want to take money.
We have work to continue through the night to get this fully extinguished so that it doesn't flare up.
I know that Chief Crowley said that there were quite a few fire personnel, I think somewhere around 210 fire personnel help battling this fire.
Be stuck for
but
a day
with
or
the
two.
air assault, it has made such a huge difference tonight.
Yeah, we can't underemphasize the power of the helicopter. We, as we've said, we can't fight this kind of a fire from the ground. It's just not possible in that steep and rugged terrain.
Arkansas,
we just can't do it. So we
top part of
have
Arkansas is going to get
an
hit real hard.
air-to-ground attack, and you've seen what happens when we're not able to do that. When you have that kind of a wind-driven fire, it's destructive. So our helicopters are an incredibly important part of our strategy and our approach on these types of fires.
So the winds seem to be behaving exactly the way we had forecast, and that is they're starting to at least slow down a bit. They're still challenging. What is in the near future now as we fight these fires overnight and go into the morning? What do you foresee, and what do we need to keep in mind?
Well, we know that the winds aren't going to leave. They're not going to be completely gone until through Friday. So we are still going to have some winds, but they're going to be, significantly less than what we've experienced.
Your work has been shut down for
as
Thursday,
the Weather
Friday.
Service calls
good.
the PDS, the particularly dangerous situation, has expired. We've passed that. So we will be able to continue flying our helicopters.
The strong winds, which were fueling those flames and caused it to spread all over this area.
Red Dog, you got a new snowblower, and Minnesota's gotten very little snow.
When we were on Lake
I'm sure
Avenue,
Minnesota will get some snow for you to use that.
Destroyed. We saw firefighters actively working to put out the flames.
I don't understand what's going on this street.
encontrar mi bien porque no sé dónde la dejé. No sé ni dónde estoy. Ya valí verga. No, hombre, se la va a llevar la grúa.
Man of low moral fiber. Still the last time I saw it reported, they were still at 0% containment. It's just that the winds have died down. And it's getting a little chillier.
We've just kind of been a rock, and my dad very bravely has gone back into the Palisades 2 times today now, and saved a lot of stuff, given a lot of people that we know updates on their homes, and just helps out with a lot of the unknowns. So right now we're all safe in Santa Monica. We're with friends, we're with family, so right now it's okay. Unfortunately, my grandma also, we just got confirmation that she lost her house too and all her belongings.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that about your grandmother and all of your friends who lost their homes. How has the communication been? Has there been communication between you and, the city and the firefighters? Anything you want to speak to there?
Yeah, I'm obviously very grateful for the firefighters, and I know that they're spread quite thin. Unfortunately, when we did go back into the Palisades Highlands, and basically we're driving around the entire vicinity of our home, we did not, when we were there, see any active personnel working on the fires surrounding us. But my aunt left a bit after us and says she saw about 6 or 7 fire trucks heading up towards our area. So I know that they're doing their very best, and I'm very grateful for that.
Well, we are glad that you and your family are safe. We hope that the firefighters are able to save your home, and we appreciate you calling in to check in, and hopefully we can check in tomorrow and get some good news on that front.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. And we appreciate any goodness you can send our way for our home.
All right. We're sending it all to you, Charlotte, and your family. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Chelsea Edwards continues our live team coverage right now. She is in Pacific Palisades and seeing some embers flying behind her. Chelsea.
I mean, we're watching a massive church just crumble before our eyes. We just saw this huge supporting beam collapse a few minutes ago. There's just going to be nothing left but the rock walls that are surrounding this church. This is the Community United Methodist Church of Pacific Palisades. I want to show you the sign that just it's such a contrast from what we're seeing and what was happening here just a few days ago. You know, join us for a joyful Christmas season, which is I'm sure that they had here just a little while ago, and now there is nothing left of this church. Now, as we walk over here, it's hard to tell what was here, what this footprint is, but we walk over here, there's a sign that indicates the preschool was that way, a sanctuary is also that way, and then the church office was over here. But look at this. I mean, just huge, what look like concrete buildings that are just collapsed. There's nothing left inside what was this church, this massive church. It is just nothing but rubble. I talked to some firefighters that were here a couple of minutes ago, and they just said, yeah, there's nothing they could do. This just is going to burn out. Their resources are just stretched so thin. But I mean, when you look at scenes like this, you can see that huge piece of concrete and just nothing but rubble as far as you can see. It's really staggering. It looks like a donation box here that's charred. These embers are swirling around. I also want to point out this kind of bizarre thing that we can't quite figure out. There's a bicycle that looks like it was just abandoned. I don't know what happened here or what the story is behind this, but you see things like this and it points to a very chaotic, very stressful scene. I don't know what would cause somebody to just leave their bicycle in this manner and just leave it on the street. But it probably had something to do with what we're seeing here. So you can also see what the winds are doing by looking at these flames. I mean, look how forcefully they're pushed in that one direction.
This isn't a very hung stream.
Look at that beam just coming down.
But hung
I mean,
nonetheless.
we're just watching it crumble bit by bit.
Right, hatchet prop. There's a bicycle over there.
Structure standing. You could make.
I wonder if there's a story behind it.
That's just gone in the last 30 minutes or so. There's just nothing left. We can also see some, looks like gas-fed fires in various places, and that just makes it so tough because even if you do put some of this out, there's still gas that's coming up. This is just going to continue to burn, especially with the winds the way that they are. There's just nothing that anyone can do. This is just all going to burn. And you see scene after scene of this. I mean, driving in from the east, we came in along Sunset Boulevard toward the Pacific Palisades from the east on Sunset, and it just looks like a war zone. I mean, the only way that you can tell what anything is the light from the fires that are still burning different homes. So you look around, there's entire neighborhoods that are just flattened. I mean, you can't even tell whether or not there were homes there at one point. You know, there was some sort of structure there because there's debris, but you don't know what was there. And the only way you can tell that is because there's a nearby fire and you can see the glow from that fire. There's no power, no electricity, no cell service, no Wi-Fi, absolutely no connectivity out here. The only way we're able to do this is via Starlink. But you drive through and you just see scene after scene like this. This is repeated all throughout the Pacific Palisades right now. All you have to do is drive up and down these streets to see scenes like this. It is just utter devastation and just truly shocking to drive through it and to see the number of buildings that were impacted. I mean, I think this total number is going to be so far from what we initially thought, so much more than what we initially thought. I can hear firefighters in the distance. I hear the fire sirens, not sure where they're heading. It looks like they're heading westbound on Sunset Boulevard, so something must be happening over there.
I can't wait for the Lifetime
firefighter
movie.
Presence here, certainly. They just said they're doing what they can to protect homes and properties as well as they can. Everybody has been evacuated so far that they're concerned about. You know, they don't feel that there's a danger to anybody in this area anymore, other than the property situation, which is obviously
this guy right here, he pulled the cops over and said I was a suspect. He thought I was coming over here to
look at, devastating to drive through.
Are you coming over there?
I gotta remember this house.
I gotta remember this house. I'm gonna come back and loot it later.
It was an absolute parking lot. I'll be honest with you, the helicopters came right in time because at first the helicopters weren't out there and it was rolling right over the edge of Runyon. It was going to.
Where are you and what's behind you?
Marla, we're on Sacramento Street right now. We've been here all day. A lot of stuff that we've been wanting to show you, but our signal is horrendous here. But how about some good news today? I think we could use a little bit of that, even just a tiny silver lining. We introduced you to a guy at about 2 p.m. today, Chris Anderson, and thanks to you guys in the public.
Metal Matt, oh no.
This guy was out of water, of course. He and his wife going to the store to get bottled water to throw on their house.
For how long?
He lost his uncle's house, his mother's house. There was fire literally all around his house, and he was desperate for somebody to come help him. The community stepped up. And he right now has a home still tonight because of you. So here's what he had to say earlier.
I hope I can get some help. To know that my house is standing and then I might lose it because I just couldn't get help, that will even be more painful than it being gone last night.
The ridge line, it's kind
Imagine someone sees that on the news live. Like, so hey, that's my team, that's my house.
Terrain-driven patch of fire here. And my concern is that the winds are actually blowing in this direction. That you can see some power lines possibly running through there, it looks like. And the wind is literally blowing all these embers in this direction where there are indeed, there is indeed a neighborhood on the northern edge of Brentwood. This is Bayless Road, La Condesa Drive, and Pesquera Drive at the bottom of Farmers Fire Road. So we're going to keep an eye on this. There was a helicopter in the area, guys, that made a pass a little bit earlier, about maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago. Did not drop any water. My guess is that they may be preparing.
Hunter Biden's Malibu home burned to the ground.
A new refreshed load right away, but we're going to keep a close eye on this one.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you very much for that live report. Let's go to Altadena and Brianna Willis from our sister station KFSN, who's helping out with our team coverage on the fires. Let's take a look.
Photos show Hunter Biden's home burned to the ground.
Covering this deadly Eaton fire. Right now, I want to show you firefighters are right now coming past this street right now. Obviously, resources stretched completely.
Okay, yeah, right. This is the one that he was renting.
Passing, but you can see here this devastation. This home right now on Norwood Place and Mendocino Street, the latest to go up in flames. Now, we've been here trying to figure out, get a sense of this home. It appears to be a family home. Appeared to be 2 stories. We saw some bikes, some toys that are just now completely reduced to rubble. Obviously, complete devastation here. We've been here really throughout the day talking to residents. Some people coming to see if their home is still standing. Others not so lucky. This home, now the latest one to go up in flames. So we'll continue to monitor these conditions. But for now, I'll send things back to you guys in the studio. In Altadena, Brianna Willis, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Brianna, thank you for that report. As
no
you
word
can see,
on the ice
still remains a
what's with all
situation.
The bikes?
And all the fire zones where homes continue to burn tonight. So we want to make sure that you understand fully that the danger continues.
That one spot over by, you know where you turn, like by that hill that goes like up, like a circle like that.
Obviously, please only use it in emergency, not if you have a problem because it's backed up. And the other thing is the manpower. I asked them about, everyone's
only
obviously
3 weeks left,
so
Metal
thin,
Matt.
and at
Least
LAFD, for instance, I know about them. They said
sucks.
We've got plenty of people. We don't have enough rigs, and that's the problem.
Derek Stroman,
is that they need to be assigned a rig
t-shirt.
to safely and effectively fight the fire. So there are definitely firefighters at home tonight that wish they were out here fighting and can't because they don't have enough rigs to go around. Now, we've been driving around. We've seen tons of fire hydrants that are out. So they're completely dry. You can see basically, there's like a blue cap on them, and you can kind of see through them and see that there's no water. And then the other thing that I would just pass along, just trying to, provide information in any way that could help. Maybe if you're not in one of these fire zones yet, but you're worried that you might be next. If you have a swimming pool,
that house has been on fire for years.
In the last fire,
yeah, we call that the firehouse.
Did this? Just some news.
No, not like a firefighter house.
They bought a
$1,000
pump at Home Depot and a 2-inch hose with a
Hello 911.
like
my
a
chicken nuggets are cold.
And they
Send
were
help
able to use their
immediately.
pool water, their swimming pool water, to put out their house fire. One friend put out 5 house fires in Malibu, or 5 homes, including his own, in Malibu with a pump. And we've done a story before. I know I did one a couple years ago on a firefighter in Malibu with a system called the Fire Defense Service. And he literally patented something very similar where he uses a pump and uses his pool water.
NG.
And it's been remarkable in situations like this. So just in these situations where you're kind of on your own and firefighters are stretched thin and you're like, what can I do to help my property and save my house for my kids? That would be something you could do. So you could either use that system or go to Home Depot and buy your own. So just trying to, pass along information that could help. And then the other thing I just wanted to talk about is just the looters here. I mean, I actually was screaming at Matt originally before because I thought he might have been a looter. Thankfully, he was not. But we've seen dozens and dozens around town here taking advantage of people evacuated. So that is infuriating to see out here. All right, we'll send it back to you. We're live here in Altadena. I'm Haley Winslow, Fox 11 News.
Haley, thank you. We now go back to the other fire that we're following right now, or one of the fires we're following, the Palisades fire. Matthew Seedorf has been moving around. Matthew, where are you now?
Actually, we moved from the Palisades fire. We're now at the Sunset fire. We're in the Hollywood area. We're at the bottom of Runyon Canyon Trail, and we're looking up towards Hollywood Hills right now. You can probably see the flames kind of shining up on the hill there. We were trying to actually see how close we could get, and we were driving up there, and while we were driving, police told us to turn around with their loudspeakers, saying that the flames, they're worried, could be coming down the hill. It does appear like things are hopefully calming down. I know we've been reporting that the wind seems relatively calm where we are, but there was a momentary scare, I guess you could say, where flames actually came from a hot spot, a flare-up, right close to this apartment where we're standing right now, and they had to get out of the apartment and evacuate. And fortunately, looks like fire crews have already left and put out that little hot spot that flared up. But again, just looking up to the hill, definitely a scary scene, and you can see some smoke kind of a little lower in the hill, and those embers that come up in the air, and that's the concern because those embers can fly and set stuff on fire downwind. And we've been seeing helicopters flying by, making those drops. I think I hear one right now. So yeah, it's definitely an intense situation. Definitely looks like it's getting a little brighter over there right now too. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you for now.
Okay, we thank you, and you've been on the move. Matthew Seedorf was on the Palisades fire, and now he's on the Sunset fire in Hollywood Hills, right at the base of Runyon Canyon, which we know so many of you have probably been to. Sunset fire, this is our view from Skyfox, and from this view, I'm not sure if... Oh, this is the Palisades fire. I see. So this is looking from the Sunset fire in Hollywood, looking toward the Palisades fire. Okay,
I missed
so
that,
there's
Harlot.
A big difference between, big distance, I should say, from one to the other. So we're following all of these fires.
We had a circumstance earlier tonight where we were here in Altadena in front of a home that was on fire, and 2 people came up. One of them was photographing the home, and the other person picked up a bucket and just started collecting things off the front of the lawn. And like any decent person, we wanted to intercede. Say, what are you doing? Do you live here? And he indicated, oh, I just thought, that the owner wouldn't mind if I took these things. It was awful. I mean, it's just indecent, and that is certainly going on, and we witnessed it firsthand.
Unbelievable story to hear that you even witnessed
pretty believable
happening when someone is in the midst of the most vulnerable point of their life,
And the good news, he dropped the bucket and quickly left. So thankfully, but this is definitely going on out here. It is a very real possibility.
I'd be pissed if someone stole my
shamed
bucket.
him out of it. All right, we appreciate it. We'll check in with you in just a bit. All right, folks, it's 9 o'clock, and we are now in our 34th hour of nonstop coverage of the wildfires just burning across Southern California. And if you're looking for primetime programming, a little note here.
Yeah, where's Matlock? Yeah, no description of the looters.
Why are these cars coming up the street?
We'll just have to use our imaginations.
And of course,
right.
what
Still
we want to
says
try to do is
0%
help out
containment
whatever
on the
we
ABC
can.
feed.
Well, we have this asset in our city, and we feel, livestock and animals are a very important part of everybody's family.
Jim, but you're about to get banned from where for using
we want to do our part where
fire.
we can. This is just one part of what we're trying to do. We're also collaborating with our neighboring cities to see how we can also dispatch resources, whether it's fire personnel, public safety personnel, or other assets that can help these communities get through this ongoing tragedy.
Our thanks to you, Steve Carmona, and your city for helping out in a big way. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, it is now the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Let's reset. Here we go.
This area is a total.
Where Sullivan Fire Road is a pretty large patch of flames that is continuing to blow from east to west, but still concerning nonetheless. As we come back out live, you can see just how close it is to this neighborhood. Still frightening to see. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Chris Christie in Air 7 as we watch that fire continuing to march now into the Brentwood area. Our Eyewitness News continues now. We are in the 9 o'clock hour here on ABC 7, covering the firestorm in Southern California, where we are not out of the woods. The worst of it is over, but the storm and the situation is definitely not over.
No, absolutely not. And Leanne Suter, she is live covering the Eaton fire. Again, a whole lot different than it was last night. But again, Leanne, you have a fire right behind you.
In Pacific Palisades.
This is a much better picture, dare I say that, than last night when the fires were raging. The blaze you see behind me is one issue that we've had because of this. This is the gas lines. This is what you're finding at almost every home that is burned to the ground. The gas lines continue to burn because they have not been shut off. But I have run into one of the Good Samaritans out here that is doing his part to try to help. This is Eric Boucher. Eric, you are a resident up here. What did you think when you first arrived to the neighborhoods here?
Yeah, it was, quite honestly, it was difficult to take in for the first few minutes, really emotional, but it looks like a war zone. It looks a lot like maybe Beirut when the Civil War was happening there. It's just cars are melted and the aluminum's running down the street and chimneys. There's 4 or 5 houses maybe on a street, and then that are standing, and there's 30 that are burnt to the ground. So it's pretty cataclysmic, I guess I would say. And
you've been going around yourself. I know you got a bucket. You were trying to put out those gas lines. Talk to me about why. Why put yourself at risk doing this?
Yeah, well, our house is standing miraculously, and so we're very thankful. And my neighbors defended our house when we weren't there at that time. So I'm just finding pools and getting water. And if I see a standing house and there's a little fire next to it, I can just put that out because the firefighters ran out of water. And there's no one else around, so if it was my house, I would want someone to do this, so that's what I'm doing.
I appreciate that very much. You kind of touched on it, that this looks like a war zone, and this really does. I don't think anybody really understands how hard Altadena has been hit and just how many homes have been lost.
Lazy lad, we've seen a couple water bombers,
he's been on patrol, and
not
they
many.
said they'd been counting houses, and they stopped when they had gotten close to 1,000. Is that the sense you're kind of getting?
Yeah, in fact, I was going to make a Google map of all of the houses that had burned, and I've decided to just make a map of any of the ones that are still standing. But I'll probably run out of energy before that happens. So yeah, it's probably 5% of the homes that are left, at least in this neighborhood, which is north of Washington, sort of right next to Altadena Drive, north and south of that, and then east of Lincoln and west of Lake. I've been walking that area for the last 3 hours, just putting things out that I could find, or shoveling dirt on stuff, or looking at the blocks. I know most of these people in all these areas because I was a resident for a long time.
Eric, when you heard about the fire, you knew the fire was coming. There have been fires up on the hills before. Never expected it to come this low, I'm assuming.
No. In a place like Los Angeles in Southern California, in a state like this that is this prosperous and has this many resources, we never expected that sort of thing. But these are different times, and so we went to bed, my wife and I, last night at 11 o'clock, and thought, boy, those are high winds, and it's on the east side of Altadena. Let's hope that it doesn't really migrate. And we woke up at 6:45 and realized it had pushed all the way over here and just raced out here as fast as possible. So it's moved so quickly, and there just are not enough. The firefighters are doing an excellent job. There just aren't enough of them. And there's not enough water, so they're just doing the best they can.
And I hear that in your voice, how difficult it is. And we have people coming through here. I see residents and whatnot coming through, move out of the way here. I hear that, the tiredness. I also hear the heartache in your voice. Still kind of hard to process all of this.
Yeah, it is. You got some weird people around, and then you got some people that have lived here for a really long time. Most of these guys are tourists, but yeah, there you go. That's great.
And that's what we hate to see. I mean, that's really the concern, that you have these looky-loos potential. I mean, there's a lot of concern about looters. I mean, I know that's a fear of yours.
Yeah, I guess, look, if you have any friends that you know that live in the area, call them, text them, are you all right? I wouldn't hold out hope for your home, honestly. Just be thankful that, people last forever, homes come and go. So just encourage them, try to support them, give them a place to spend the week or month. This place will take a long, long time to get utilities back, so they're going to need a lot of support and care for a long time. So be ready to help them for a while. We have renters at the place that we have now, and they had to move out, and we're just going to give them the rent back and just say, hey, look, you don't want to live here. You need to, you got other places to go. You go there for a while, and we'll take care of it. But encourage and support the people that you know that live here.
I appreciate your time very much, Eric. I'll let you get back to the work, and I'm glad that your home is standing, and I appreciate everything you're doing to help others. But yeah, this is really, again, I don't think people yet understand the devastation up here.
Yeah, thank you for filming around here and letting people understand this.
Right, this guy this guy's like, yeah, I'm going around putting all the fires out.
Single block.
Literally fire right behind you.
It's really severe, so do reach out to people that you know and try to help them.
Thank you very much, Eric. I appreciate it very much. We are, just to give you guys a sense of where we are, we are on Palm, and we are between Glen Rose, and I have to look up the street on that side myself. Actually, I didn't know exactly where we are, but between Glen Rose, we are just to the west of Glen Rose on Palm, and virtually all that, it's hard to see in the dark, but all the houses.
No, Papa!
And I said, you got to be kidding me. What time was that? And he said that was at 5:35 p.m. And I didn't think much of it. In fact, when I first looked at it, he said, I wasn't even sure it was a fire. And I said, well, what was the first thing that came to mind after that? And he said, arson. He's like, there's nobody hiking at 5:35 on that finger trail. And there's no power lines. There are power lines in Runyon Canyon, but they're
the roof is on fire.
To the north. And he said, that has to be deliberate. And that really got my attention. And he said, once it was, once it was lit, it grew very big, very fast. And so that was probably about 15 to 20 minutes before I actually got up to the apex of the canyon. So rather suspicious. Certainly would love more information as it develops, but makes you think, doesn't it?
It does, and as now we're looking at a live picture. This must be in Pacific Palisades, I'm guessing, that we're looking at this home burning.
Can we confirm the live picture on this? This is the Sunset Fire.
So this is the first, as far as I can tell, first thing that we've seen in terms of a structure actually burning because of the Sunset Fire. And
like
this particular structure here looks pretty well involved here. So that is, we don't see the
Can you tell what street it's on?
Flames. It's hard for me to tell from this particular image. I don't know if you can see our screen, you may be able to help us here. But we don't see those massive flames that we saw a couple hours ago, but the fact that we actually do see at least one structure burning is not good news, and you worry about the winds that are created with this and embers and all the rest of that. So we didn't completely get out of the woods with this particular fire here.
Hot listing.
So that is a tough to see. As we get closer there, you can see looks like a pretty large.
It's a fire sale. Must go now.
There. Yeah, I mean, these are what the homes, many of them, look like in the Hollywood Hills. They are massive properties sloped on those hillsides, and so yes, to your point, Alex, this is the first one that we've really seen ignite. And you see on the upper right-hand corner, left-hand corner, pardon me, it looks like some palms there are also on fire as well.
Yeah, so not what we wanted to see in terms of this thing, in terms of an update there. Thank you so much for your perspective and for sending us that video, and hope you're able to stay safe tonight.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was Brian Norgard joining us, who shot some pretty incredible water drop images from the Sunset Fire that we're looking live at in the Hollywood Hills. And this is a home, it appears to be, that is fully engulfed in flames. And, you know, the problem with this firefight, although it has been good to see those water drops happening, is that there's many flanks to it.
Right.
And so for crews to be able to station in those, you know, narrow streets on one side and then on the other side, and we were at one point counting 4 different little, if you will, spot fires that had erupted. And the original one was close to the Hollywood sign that we're hearing from a council member, Nithya Raman, who represents this district, that the Hollywood sign was not in its direct path. But nonetheless, there are mandatory evacuations for the Runyon Canyon area and many of these neighboring communities. And Alex, if you look at the bottom of the screen here, look at the emergency response down below.
Yeah, so we're now hearing that this image may actually be from Studio City, not from the Hollywood Hills. So hopefully we can get some good communication with our chopper going.
This is just someone who is like
where they are,
burning his house down for the insurance money.
And in the meantime,
while
we get our
miles away
from
any fires,
let's go out to Ed Lascos, who is live in Pacific Palisades, to talk about the situation there.
Well, we still have the wind here, and we have an active firefight. But one quick point, we've moved from Pacific Palisades up PCH. We're now in Malibu, actually just under a mile north or west of Topanga Canyon.
Exactly, precisely,
the latest firefight. Remember when we were visiting with you about a couple hours ago, we pointed the camera up just before the press conference, and we had that large plume, big fireball up along the coast, Malibu. This is what was burning at that time. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 6, almost a half dozen structures here, from garages to homes to beach homes. Many of them burned.
Yeah, the insurance that no longer covers fire. Well, he didn't open his mail last month when they sent him the cancellation notice.
Some firemen there in the front door. They got a charge line. They're trying to hit some of those hot spots, and then there's a garage right off to the right of it. Those cars, that was fully involved a little while ago. And then quick look further up PCH, you can see a utility pole. I think we can see that, right? I know it's dark over there. It gives you an idea. As the flames were roaring here, some of the embers hit that pole, broke it down. So you'll have infrastructure problems here, as well as a lot of this damage. This area was evacuated. That's the good news, so nobody hurt here. But unfortunately,
here's the chopper view of that house.
But this is a brand new fire. I count multiple structures on fire here. There is a house fire along Sunswept Drive. There are 2 buildings right there in the foreground. If you look, there are embers blowing in the opposite direction. Go ahead, widen out just a little bit. They're getting water on the fire, but there are embers blowing uphill, and now a new fire. Go ahead, over to the left. There's another structure catching on fire near the top of this hill. This is directly up from Veneta and Sunswept Drive. You can see the fire in that patio starting on the left-hand side of your screen. Some brush in the middle. There's another house that hasn't been touched yet, but there are 2, I think that's 2 houses that are now on fire, well involved. LA City Fire just getting on scene, getting water on the fire. I wonder if we are going to see them drop some water over here, but this is a completely separate part of town. We are in the San Fernando Valley on the Studio City side, kind of right at the edge of Studio City and Sherman Oaks, I would say. And this fire is going really, really good. I almost wonder how long this has been going on. There comes the water drop. They are now dropping water. We were on our way back to Van Nuys Airport to refuel from the Palisades fire when we caught wind of this one here, which is really rip-roaring at a pretty steady pace. And flying up that hillside with those embers already starting secondary fires.
I don't know if you can
rattle me bones. We haven't seen any
looting
footage.
Zoom in on the house, kind of on the upper left, because I thought I saw movement in there. Are there people in that house, and what are they doing at this point? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we're going to push in there and see what we can see. I don't see any movement inside the house. It's coming right up. I'm almost positive it's on the property line. It's just coming right up against the edge of the home. It looks like a little patio back there maybe, but really, really, really close. They have some protection there, but again, with the winds the way they are, it just takes one of those eaves or pretty much anything outside that house to catch on fire, and all of a sudden you have another structure fire. It's definitely flaring up there. In the meantime, we're keeping an eye on this one as well, which apparently
I want a wig fight where the wigs are on fire.
I want to confirm this. It looks like this started a little bit earlier, almost about 20 minutes ago. They've been fighting this fire for about 20 to 25 minutes, so they have probably been on scene just a little bit under that. But look how fast this house fire has exploded into multiple structures that are now going completely up in flames.
Wow. We don't know if this is connected in any way to any of the other fires that we have been seeing. You know, on a typical day in Los Angeles, you have a couple of house fires. So we don't know if this is in some way part of this wildland situation we've been dealing with. But it's become that because it's dry and the wind is taking the embers into the other areas here, as you see. It looks like the backyard, the back deck of that house on the upper left. There's something there that's burning. There's an area in between where it looks like grass or brush or something there that is also on fire. This is at Goodland and Sunswept.
Yeah, and just a quick little look. Chris, you were going to fuel up, so you were heading back to the Van Nuys Airport. I'm taking it because now I'm looking at seeing how close this is to the Runyon Canyon.
Now would be the best time to commit arson.
It's really not that close. It's just under 6 miles.
This is nowhere. This is in the opposite direction. Nowhere close to that fire.
Yeah.
This is a completely separate incident. Regardless of how it started, we could see how it's going, and you can see whether it was it looks like it very well could have just been a house fire, as Mark mentioned, but a house fire in this environment can tend to be so much more. Look at that, another spot fire starting up the hill, separate from those homes, and that is going to be a harder fire to get to. That's going to be up to the helicopter to spot that one, and another spot fire. This fire is well, that's just lights. That is not a fire. Sorry, that's just lights. There's already a spot fire next to that third house, which is on fire. So we can count. Well, I should say the property's on fire. We have 2 structures on fire currently. Another property that is clearly threatened by flames in the backyard there, and already a spot fire just up the hill from that on the other side of Sunswept Drive. So it is going uphill. And the thing with this is that the wind and the terrain are both going in the same direction in this case. The uphill terrain here in Studio City heading up into the hills is the same direction that the wind is blowing these flames.
Wow, it's just remarkable to see this, Mark. I know that you know this area very well. We've lived in Studio City, and this area there's a lot of homes in this area.
There's a lot of homes in the hills. There's a lot of trees, not a lot of brush kind of in this particular area, but there are just tons of trees, very narrow streets. That's why during these red flag days, by the way, people aren't allowed to park on the street because you've got to be able to get the emergency equipment, the fire trucks, up into this neighborhood to fight the fires that do break out. If you could zoom out a little bit and give our viewers at home a little bit of a way to orient themselves on where this is in relation to, say, Ventura Boulevard,
Ventura Boulevard,
that area.
Yeah, about a half mile up. We'll go ahead and widen out. Let's go ahead and widen out, Lucas. You'll see Ventura Boulevard come up on the left side of your screen. Not too far, but not too close either. Probably about a half a mile, I would say. Up.
And low humidity levels.
You know what's so interesting is that we've got the Sunset Fire, and we have that evacuation perimeter, which is basically from the 101 down to Hollywood Boulevard and then up past portions of Laurel Canyon and Mulholland Drive. And then on the other side of Laurel Canyon, you're moving into the valley with that fire breaking out there. So we are tracking the winds it's light, but the flames are starting to get pushed uphill because of all of that vegetation.
So much fuel there, whether it's coming from the house, vegetation around there. Julia Dang is back with us right now. Julia, we talk about Fryman Canyon. Michael looked that up on the map here. That's a lot like Runyon Canyon in that it's, sort of a wilderness area where a lot of people like to hike. It's very natural, a lot of vegetation.
That's exactly right, and it is a recipe for this kind of disaster. What you're looking at here, not just a house fire, but multiple homes now on fire. This is what we were afraid of when we saw that fire in the Hollywood Hills, right? We were looking at how close it was burning to homes along Wattle Drive. This is what we were terrified could happen, and it looks to me like this house is about to collapse. This four-story house at the center of this firefight. We counted 2 homes on fire here, but I'm hearing it might actually be 3 structures. I'm trying to figure out if anybody was home when this started. I don't see any cars in this driveway, just firefighters. And look at that. This home now collapsing. Embers exploding from this house on Sunswept Drive at Veneta Place. This is south of Ventura Boulevard in Studio City, just behind Fryman Canyon. This is absolutely horrific.
What does the adjacent property look like? We see the second home on fire there. Can you pull out just a little bit and give us sort of an idea of how close in proximity the other homes are? What's around it?
This house looks like it could be on the verge of collapse as well. This fire, it's wind-driven still. Wind's not as powerful as what we experienced earlier and on the west side of town. But look at those embers now flying through the air. Look to the left of the screen. You see where that spotlight is shining now? This fire could easily spread to homes nearby. They're packed in really tightly here on Sunswept Drive. If they don't get this under control quickly, I mean, this house, you see firefighters on the roof, this house could be in for the same fate. Fortunately, we're not seeing cars in these driveways. I think homeowners managed to get out right in time. But I'm going to widen out here and show you that house up on the right, the first one to fall victim to this fire. You saw this collapse live in our video from News Chopper 4 just moments ago. And they still do not have these flames under control.
It is very difficult still to distinguish if this is actually one property or two. It looks like there's a smaller house closest to the street.
A guest house or something like that.
And then perhaps something behind with a higher elevation. But no matter how you put it, Julia, what you just mentioned is absolutely true. This is emotional to watch. You feel for the families, and I guess even that homeowner that lives next door. Perhaps you don't know. They don't know at this point what is going to happen, possibly with their property and with their livelihood.
And look at this. We're flying around the back of this property or properties now, and you can see this fire behavior that Melissa just mapped out. This is burning quickly uphill. So as I zoom out, and they're going in right now with the water drop attacking this, not just from the ground, but from the air as well. And they're doing that right in time because you can see how high these flames are burning. There is another street behind Sunswept Drive. I think we have the map overlay on here. This is behind Sunswept Drive at Veneta Place. There are additional homes here in Studio City that are right behind this fire. All of these homes now at risk.
And one of the big risks here is if this fire continues into Fryman Canyon, it can then make a run all the way up to Mulholland. And before you get to Mulholland, there's a development there, a home development of the Donias, I believe. I don't remember the names of the streets except for one up there, Doña Vida, on that particular side. But I mean, think about the brush in Fryman Canyon here and what could happen if that takes off.
Another fire in the valley. Well, lucky we have fire crews here on the ground. Julia, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you mention that they're attacking this obviously from the ground? Any air support at this point?
Yeah, we just caught what looked like a water drop from a helicopter. It was in the corner of our frame. But as Colleen was talking about all the dry brush in the canyon that could further fuel this fire, right? Look at these trees. We saw this igniting live as she was talking about that. But they are attacking this aggressively from the ground, from the air. I don't know if they're making much progress.
You couldn't tell looking at the flames out there. They don't seem to have died down. And correct me if I'm wrong, Michael and Melissa and Julia, isn't this sort of the general area where they had a mudslide and a couple of homes came down the hill within the past year or so, maybe 2 years tops? Do you remember that at all, Melissa?
Yeah, you know, we had so many huge rainstorms. It was either our December rainstorm or it was February and March when we were dealing with horrific rain across that region. But as Julia pulled out a little bit, even though we're watching this home unfortunately collapse, it looks like on the other side of the hill, there were some other spots of fire. Do you see that just on the other side of Sunswept Drive?
I noticed that, yeah.
I just went hiking recently in Fryman Canyon, and I was thinking to myself as I was traveling through the trails, a lot of the trees, a lot of the brush really overgrown and really dry. So there's a lot of fuel for this fire to work with, unfortunately, as we watch really dry conditions, not only on the ground, but because of the Santa Ana winds drying out the atmosphere as well.
It makes you wonder if this was actually the initial ignition point or if this is perhaps a casualty of something that was burning earlier in the area. I mean, you see flames off to the left, flames that aren't as, aggressive yet. What came first, the chicken or the egg here?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Julia, are you still with us? Can you hear me?
Gotcha, Colleen. Staying with you. We don't know where this fire started, if this property or properties were a casualty of something nearby, but I can tell you this dry brush, this fuel that Melissa was just talking about, this is burning.
Oh, yeah,
and we don't see this being attacked by firefighters on the ground or in the air just yet. So this is going to continue exploding. Look at this. The trunk of this tree now up in flames.
How unusual is it to see choppers dropping water on a residential area with homes like that? I mean, we see it so often with brush, but I don't recall it being the norm when you talk about a house fire in any kind of neighborhood.
I think at this point, with one house already collapsing and all of these homes packed in so tightly here with brush surrounding these properties, I don't know if they have any choice, especially with the ground attack, unable to get this under control. I think they have to go in with helicopters at this point because this is burning uphill, because there is additional brush and so many more homes beyond this, north of this collapsed home on Sunswept Drive. It looks like they have fire apparatus already standing by north of Sunswept Drive. Looks to me like residents have already evacuated.
And just as we mentioned, I believe with Robert Kovacic, with that fire, Sunset Fire burning in the Hollywood Hills, everything is so tightly packed in and dense. I mean, and you add that to the fact that there are narrow roads up in that area. The fact that you can even get fire apparatus up in that area, as many as we see in this live shot here, is pretty incredible.
Julia,
yeah,
what are they?
These narrow, winding canyon roads. We saw the trouble they had earlier with the Sunset Fire. Firefighters trying to get in as residents were trying to get out. So here, at least, we have multiple fire engines already stationed on the ground. We've got 2 dedicated to this portion of the firefight to the south of this home.
Julia, what are they doing on those homes just above this? I believe it was Good View or Good Something Avenue there. You said it appeared they had been evacuating people there. Is there structure protection going on as well?
That's what it looks like to me. I'm counting 1, 2, 3 fire trucks stationed up here. I do not see residents walking around. Oh, my pilot's warning me right now. There's another hotspot igniting right now. Look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just beyond Viewcrest Road. That's what our helicopter map is telling us.
Might be a little difficult for you to tell me this or not, Julia, but is what on fire? Is this brush or is this another property? What can you tell from your
dry brush to me.
Dry brush.
This looks like dry brush to me, and even though this seems to be burning more aggressively than what we're seeing on Sunswept Road, we're not seeing helicopters attacking this just yet. We don't see any fire apparatus on the ground here because it's a little bit farther out from homes. So when it comes to prioritizing, it's going to be those properties first.
Right.
How close is Laurel Canyon to all of this?
You know what? Let me zoom out and get you that answer, Colleen.
Just to the east?
Yeah, that's going to be just to the east, and Fryman Canyon is going to be just to the south of what you're seeing.
Struggling right now. You know, you see people need help, and if you do not have your power and it's been shut off, this can be extremely challenging and very nerve-wracking. But again, the good thing is you can stream our newscasts on your phone if you do lose power, so you can at least see where these fires are located. And Chris, excellent job by you seeing this, and then you saw the other spot fire. So this, what a tense situation right here for the residents here in Studio City.
Yeah, you could just, I mean, this city is not going to sleep tonight. I mean, this is really concerning to see these fires popping up like this. And this indeed was apparently a structure call out. So they responded out here to a structure fire to find these houses on fire, not only one, but two. But what we've seen in the last few minutes is really the most concerning part, as we mentioned. And as you just said that, Mark, you know, if this was last night, we would have an entirely different situation on our hands right now. You have a fire that they're fighting. They have their hands full with this, especially because of the terrain and the brush behind the homes. But if we widen out and go ahead and pan over to that spot fire, and there are multiple spot fires, which are concerning, but I have every confidence that within a few minutes, not too long, they will drop water on that fire, and that should be put to bed. But if this was last night, that spot fire that you see right there would be ripping uphill through Studio City into the Hollywood Hills, just like we saw a little bit earlier where the winds were whipping into Hollywood and you saw that fire exploding exponentially towards, you know, the city of Hollywood. So, you know, now you have this situation on this side of the hill, but I have to imagine in a few minutes they will get water on that fire. It does not seem to be spreading yet, but it's still blowing about.
You have been watching the winds, and you have been telling us that they are basically kind of
and throughout, you know, the past couple of days fighting all these fires. But the problem here is if any of these flames, any of these hotspots get into Fryman Canyon, that means that fire can make a run all the way up through Mulholland.
What we've seen thus far is not only this fire burning here, but a few spot fires around this fire, and then off in the distance quite a way, we see another vegetation fire that Julia pointed out to us. But again, the priority, as you see from the ground units here, obviously the larger of the fire here, and we've also seen airdrops here. So again, a massive attack on this fire. Right now, you see firefighters pulling hoses here up the staircase.
That staircase.
Yeah, and again, not too long ago, Julia brought us a live picture of what appeared to be the roof of that main house collapsing, or at least the walls and the roof, a combination of both, or perhaps one. But again, a major collapse happening here on this property here on Sunswept and Veneta.
Julia, if you're still with us, we're looking at really a tight shot of what's going on in that one particular property. How close are all these other homes? And give us an idea of what firefighters are doing to protect those homes. Like across the street on Veneta Place and just above it as well.
These homes are steps away from each other. As you were asking me that, one of the firefighters on the ground started shining his flashlight on this house to the right of the one that collapsed. You can see his ladder right now going up the side of it. It looks like they might be soaking some of these adjacent structures to protect them. I don't know how much more they can do with all of this brush. It's a little too late to start clearing that brush, but I was zoomed in tight, Colleen, on these firefighters running that hose up this staircase because I don't know how secure those stairs are. I mean, just feet away, this 4-story home collapsed moments ago live on air. I don't know if standing on those stairs, those wooden stairs, is the best idea right now, but clearly they feel this is how they have to up their fight. They're trying to get aggressive on all sides. You can see this stream of water from down below. This is to the south of the property or properties. We're still trying to confirm if this was 2 structures on one property or 2 adjacent homes. That's how quickly this broke out and how quickly that first structure collapsed. But Colleen, to your question, how close are the other homes? It looks like there might be hotspots already traveling into the backyard of this road to the north of Sunswept Drive. So these LAFD fire trucks not moving, firefighters standing by, and we will see what kind of defensive tactics they might take to protect the rest of the homes in this community.
All right, Julia, if you can hold tight, we're going to keep your picture up. And on the phone with us now is Dr. Ron Marinaro. Ron, you live in Studio City. You can actually see the flames. Not only do you live there, but you have a business in the area.
Yes, my business is about a couple of blocks from here on Ventura, and my mom lives 1 block next to Whitsett, and they're the ones that made me aware of the fire, so I went over and they evacuated. The fire started about maybe 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, and already within 5 minutes there was a helicopter there with water, which is pretty quick. But I could see it spreading. Embers are spreading. It's on the flats, but I can see people watering down their houses here, and a lot of people have their baggage and are leaving the area. I guess they're panicked because of what's been going on.
Doctor, you said it's in the flats. Is that what I heard you say?
No. It's in the hills. I'm in the flats.
Oh, you're in the flats. Okay, got it. Because we had heard it was in Fryman Canyon. Are you familiar with the street at all?
No. Fryman Canyon's on Laurel Canyon. This is west of Fryman Canyon, a little bit up in the hill from Ventura Boulevard. But it's west of Laurel Canyon or Fryman Canyon. And it looks like it's a house that is burning and it's spreading. But the fire department's there, the helicopters are there, and I don't know, the winds aren't that bad. There's actually, it's barely breezy.
Is it closer to Coldwater Canyon, or is it sort of situated between the two?
Between the two. It's between the two.
Okay. A lot of people who drive over Coldwater Canyon are familiar with, if you look up on the side of the street, I believe it's the east side of the street, you'll see a lot of homes on stilts and caissons up there. How close is it to that?
It's east of that.
I've been muted the whole time. How did you guys let me keep talking muted?
East of that.
Doctor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, yeah, okay, first of all, that power chat didn't come through for some reason, so I'm going to read that. A Hasidic foreskin enjoyer says, Iran has just officially claimed responsibility for the fires it's happening.
Up in the hills with those narrow,
Brian Lee, professional streamer. Yeah, professional streamer. Guys, it's my first time streaming. Give me a break.
What do you feel when you see what you're looking at right here?
Well, the main thing is a fire truck, they might be able to get up if there's no cars blocking, but I don't know how they're going to get down.
Is there a gas line coming off down here?
Fire, pretty big fire, they said over Skinner. I know. They don't have enough resources. They only sent 2 trucks to downtown, so I was like, it's probably going to be an outside fire. Nice to see you again, buddy. Yeah, you too. How are you taking off? I don't know. I'm waiting to see. I was going to go eat, but that's not happening.
Runyon Canyon into this area, and Michael and
Tacit
I are looking at
Blue
it
says,
and
Austin,
thinking
are you
that's
stocked
a
up
long
on
ways
beer
to
for
go,
the next couple of
especially
days?
when the wind is not gusting as much
yes,
as it was
I still have
last
some
night.
beer
But we
left
now
over
know
from
that
New Year's
LA
Eve.
County,
I haven't drank since New
says
Year's Eve.
I
wasn't like, I'm not like doing a dry January or anything.
At all to what was going on in the Sunset Fire. So we just want clarification on this.
But yeah, we're going to be getting a ton of snow on Friday. I'll probably be locked in for a couple days. I might have to do a 48-hour stream, and that beer could come in handy. Someone check in on Precious Child. We have some news on Precious Child last week.
Doctor, you still with us?
We also found out Precious's real name. It's John Owens. Which,
we were wondering as well.
Blows my mind.
This is close to Westlake, Harvard Westlake. Can you give us an idea of how far?
Harvard Westlake is on Coldwater near Ventura, so this is probably, like I said, 3 city blocks east of that.
FT, I've noticed that the chat is really slow tonight. It's really behind.
It's really closer
I don't
to
know
the
what's going on with
than on the top of the hill.
We've been told that you got a call from your daughter reporting the fire. How is she? How is the rest of your family?
They left and went over to my place. So now they're a little panicked because of all that's going on. And as I notice in the streets, I'm on near Whitsett, people are grabbing their belongings and leaving, and other people are watering down the house as they find out
did
about
you just
the
call
fire.
us slow?
Doctor,
I would
have
never.
you received any notices or anything like that for your family to be on alert because of the fires in the area?
Oh, good doggy. Got a good dog here. Fantastic. Yeah, I actually stocked up on groceries today because you're right. I mean, even if it's only gonna be a couple days, I think, where I might not be able to get out and about, or if things are closed, but things might not get restocked till Monday or Tuesday. It's just how it is, right?
Of Molina Avenue, and I want to show you right now. You guys are just talking about neighbors helping neighbors. This man right now actually putting out some hotspots and flames.
Portland Robocop, no, Precious is not
he's
live.
his friend, and these are just his neighbors. So he was just here putting out flames, as you can see.
But we had some news on Precious last week.
But this scene here on this area of Molina Avenue, really just an indication of what we're seeing right now. Smoke going up. Obviously, this home is already a total loss. But what we aren't seeing in this area is firefighters. We heard Chris Christie just talking about it. Obviously, resources stretched very thin, but we can see even more flames in the distance. And even if we swing this way, even more flames over here. And again, no firefighters in sight because obviously we've seen all of those fires popping up really across the area. We were over near Calavera Street where a high school was on fire, and we saw there was a big firefight on it. And then as the Hollywood Hills fire started to burn and other fires, we saw so many people start to leave
get charged
the
with a
area.
sex crime?
Now, Mark, Colleen, I heard you guys just talking about neighbors helping
no,
neighbors.
he was threatening to kill Nancy Mace.
He told me that he evacuated overnight around 3 a.m. But he was actually back because some of his neighbors were here. They came to just check on things. He said his gas line was still on, so they came out to help each other. So in this area of Altadena, neighbors are helping neighbors, and that's what he said he's going to do. He actually told me he plans to stay the night. He evacuated last night, but he does want to stay here right now to check on things. He's here with his friend, as I mentioned. The rest of his family evacuated to his brother's house, but he's still just going to stay and see how things are. Of course, firefighters stretched completely thin, but this area, really a complete loss. He said the back of his home actually burned a little bit, but the rest of it is still intact, and so that's why he wants to stay and try to help fight this fire. We're live in Altadena tonight. We'll send things back to you guys in the studio. I'm Brianna Willis, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Brianna, real quick, how's the wind situation where you are? It looks pretty calm.
Yeah, right now it is actually really calm.
It's really calm.
We're just seeing scene after scene after scene like this here in the Pacific Palisades.
Say that. And also the winds are fairly light. So we've got the winds coming in out of the north-northwest. Relative humidity, though, is dry. And he is correct in the sense that this fire is sandwiched in between Coldwater
She doesn't have a bucket.
And
you're not a real firefighter if you don't have a bucket.
South of the boulevard. Just to give people an idea of what's north of the boulevard, once you cross over Ventura, you're very close to Whitsett, which is where he was calling from. And also, if you continue to go further down Whitsett and then travel over to the west, you're close to the Sportsman Lodge area, where a lot of people are familiar with that. That's right off of Coldwater Canyon as well. So the winds are light, but it's dry, and it's moving into an area where there are a lot of homes. And like we've been seeing, it looks like it's going to be hard for evacuation in the sense that we're dealing with very narrow roads. So folks trying to get out as firefighters are trying to come up and battle the blaze there. And on top of that, you got hotspots that are moving in around that fire.
Melissa, Michael, I just found the information I was looking for. We got an alert from the LAFD regarding the fire burning near Laurel Canyon. And it says, and I'm quoting here, Laurel Canyon, Mulholland, Coldwater, Ventura Boulevard, those nearby need to be ready to evacuate, just in case there's a turn for the worse here.
And as we spoke to the doc not too long ago, he's within the vicinity, and he is heated again. This warning, he and his family are out, and they have moved to a safer place. And again, we'll just continue to see what happens as we continue to clock these fires all around Southern California.
Let's check back in with News Chopper 4 and Julia Deng.
We need Chunkahonis to do a rain dance with him. Oh man.
And, still
that was during Chaz or Chop, I think,
yeah,
right?
Colleen, you can see flames burning through the roof of this first structure that fell victim to this fire on Sunswept Drive. It collapsed on air, and now flames are just chewing through the roof. Firefighters have stationed themselves now on the adjacent property. You can see they're standing on the roof here and shooting water at these flames, but they still don't have this under control. And what's more, it looks like the adjacent structure is catching fire as well. Look at this. We were worried about the stairs that firefighters were going up to try and fight this more aggressively, but embers have jumped over to this neighboring home. We don't see any lights on. I don't think anybody is home, but for anybody who has not evacuated yet, right, we're talking about these narrow canyon roads, these narrow winding roads, and now to the north of Sunswept Drive, we have fire trucks lining these streets, protecting additional homes that could be threatened. So that's going to make it even harder for residents who are trying to get out. And then earlier we showed you another home.
I do believe the Jewish temple burned down. See, this fire is so anti-Semitic. Eaton fire destroys Pasadena Jewish temple.
Is a big deal. That's really going to be helpful to a lot of people.
It's a big deal for our reporting as well. You know, I was talking to
this man has a theory. He has a theory on who started the fires.
So the family with the poor little girl who was
Fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're in the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There, you know,
I think
winds.
It's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the
unacceptable.
It's,
Gina,
it's just a theory that someone has.
And he writes, SpaceX will provide free Starlink terminals to affected areas in LA tomorrow morning. you have already established connection thanks to Starlink. So it is great news. It's a great service. What we're trying to do here is a public service, and this helps us be able to bring that information, vital life or death information. So Chelsea, great reporting on your behalf as always. Thank you so much. We will let you take a break, gather some more news, and we'll check back in with you soon. Susan Hirasuna, she is there as well, covering the Palisades fire. And where are you now, Susan?
Okay, Marla, right now, as this gust of wind blows up here, we are on PCH in Malibu near, I believe it's Rambla Vista. So that's Rambla Vista there. And just a few seconds ago, there was a fire unit spraying a lot of water because you see that there are all these, what they call cat eyes, all the areas that are smoldering.
Maybe they're not all terrible people.
It's too dark for me to tell what was there, whether that's just brush. But I can tell you across the street, there's a lot of devastation, a lot of burned out down homes. And in fact, since we were here, there was a fire unit that was spraying water on the buildings as they were smoldering. They finished up and moved farther south down PCH. But it's been an interesting time period. If you have some
related to the sunset.
Yeah, I just came from the Hollywood Hills one. I went to the Palisades yesterday. Yeah. You? No, I ain't. Oh, okay. I thought you were a photographer. No, I am. I just didn't want to. I just. There's fire. The whole fucking city's on fire right now. See, look. You can see like the house is missing.
That are adjacent to it based on the efforts of these fire crews here and the work they're doing to protect these structures. It looks like maybe those will be damaged, but they are not a complete loss. Now, one of the things we've talked about that has been so helpful as resources are stretched incredibly thin is the mutual aid. So the fire trucks that I'm seeing here, there's about 5 or so in the area where we are right now with crews from Orange County. So they've come here to Los Angeles County to help in this firefight. All hands on deck in terms of fire personnel. Also, Sheriff Robert Luna mentioning that mutual aid is not only with fire departments, but also with police as well, with other agencies coming in to help the LA County Sheriff's Department.
But the firefight here continues.
I would agree.
Yes,
it looks slightly better than what we saw when we first pulled up. Certainly better than when that first structure was fully engulfed. The trouble now is, will this spread to adjacent structures? That one on the left, that is still burning out of control. But if this spreads to the right, if this spreads to the north of Sunswept Drive, where those fire trucks are now stationed,
I'm hearing rumors that Obama's responsible
this
for
could
this.
be a very long night here
Those
in Studio
rumors
City.
are people saying it in the chat.
Night, but for now, this does look better. We're seeing more smoke than fire. We're seeing light smoke, but look with me as I zoom in. I'm near the top of this property, near the northern edge. It looks to me like things might be heating up here. So if embers jump from that home to the left of my screen over to the right-hand side, there's a house here that's several stories that could also go down. But firefighters now standing here shooting water from that property onto this first structure.
And looking at the number of engines on this narrow street, you have to think to yourself,
when are they able to
fact,
upgrade from
residents
0%
there wanted to
to
get out at this
1%
point,
contained? How the fuck do you even measure such a thing?
Might be a little tricky.
Yeah, to get a car.
They know they haven't
out
done
of there.
any containing.
The advantage, at least for firefighters,
they know they're at 0%.
last night. And yeah, we're just keeping an eye on everything going on
here. When you don't try to contain
it,
it's easy to know you're at 0%.
And it is thanks to the fact that we have a Starlink as well. And it's only
Grunter
because
Blust
of
has a
that
theory
that we're
that it was
able to
Diddy.
go live
Diddy's behind
with
this.
you and get some
He's sending a message to
communication
anyone who's
between
thinking about
us here,
rolling on him.
you know, out in the field and and you back at the station. So I'll send it back to you guys.
When you say you have a Starlink, is that like a Wi-Fi box, or what does that mean exactly?
Maybe.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Hunter Biden's rental house did burn down.
So Jaden
maybe that was
is a photographer from
zero.
KTVU Oakland, and over in the corner, wave Tom, is Tom Vakar, very famous Tom Vakar, who's been in the business a long time.
He's on our
And so
air all the
the two of them drove down together. So this is basically the unit that they deal with. It takes a little while for it to like.
This is now an ad for Starlink. Baby oil is flammable. That's true.
So that's a separate house? Last I heard there was 2 separate houses, yeah. And there might be another one up the way that burned down. Oh, up further up? Yeah, I think it might caught over there. All right, man, I'm out of here. Nice to meet you, huh? AXN News, if you ever want to look up the channel.
Oh, no, I know AXN News.
Oh, that's me.
Wait, so you work with Blastic?
Who?
Blastic, right?
Who's that?
Oh, okay.
No.
I've heard of AXN News. Alex, right? Is that Alex?
BMTV?
Oh, that's BMTV?
Alex is BMTV. Yeah, but I know all of them.
BMTV.
I know who they are, yeah.
Keith is in New York filming celebrities right now.
Oh, yeah, Keith. I don't think he streams anymore, huh?
No, he does.
He does?
He does.
I haven't seen him out in a long time.
I saw him in something. He does a lot of celebrity stuff. Yeah, he was at New York. Why did
The worrying thing is this wind is picking up. It's the tiniest, very small. But where they're at, they have a bunch of fire trucks up in the hills right there, taking on. Seems like it's on the back end on Studio City. If it wasn't for the helicopters, I would have said this. If it without the helicopters, an hour later they would have called for you to evacuate. Yeah.
A big asteroid would put this fire out.
Yeah. This was a parking lot right here.
It was so bad.
Yeah. Straight up to the front gates of Runyon Canyon. Straight to the front gates of Runyon Canyon. It was a parking lot. Yeah. But the thing about it is, then you went down to Sunset and it was open. There's people, everybody was trying to go east.
This is genius. Elon starts the fires with his Tesla batteries, and then he can sell Starlink to everybody.
And then went right to Sunset, wide open.
It's just a self-fulfilling, forever ad.
What's that? Isn't that a homeless shelter now?
Homeless shelter.
Yeah, I know at one time they had used it for the not inside safe, Project Home Key or whatever it was. Yeah, I know. I've seen a lot of people get arrested there. Trust me. All right, we're.
Of a curb there.
Have you been hearing them talk about how they're trying to make sure maybe some of these embers aren't going to be moving to other homes? Or we saw that they did a helicopter water drop.
Yeah, you know, if we could, let's just take a little bit of a walk this way, because what we were seeing is we were seeing these firefighters go into some of these backyards, and we could see them actually looking at the brush. Now, unfortunately, it's kind of dark right now, but when one of the helicopter lights hits the hill just right, you'll see all the smoke that's rising up from that street next door where that house collapsed. And you can see them right now as they go into these yards to check out the properties, to try to survey how everything is going, but also to look at where they need to spray water, where do they see some dry vegetation that they need to douse, because you can see it's kind of difficult to walk around here because they have hoses lined up all over the place. So it's pretty incredible that the job that they're doing. Mark and Colleen, it's also pretty incredible how fast they got up here. These are very narrow roads, as you know. They are very highly elevated roads. It's not easy to move around. So to get this heavy equipment up here and to get up here so fast is pretty impressive. One thing that's also, I think, kind of important to note is one of the reasons why maybe there was able to be such a huge presence of firefighters here so quickly is there's not a lot of traffic on some of the major streets in LA right now. In fact, we were just south of the Sunset fire when we got dispatched here, and Sunset, hardly any traffic there. So they are able to move around the city pretty quick.
That's a relief, Kevin, because we were seeing absolute gridlock earlier. But again, Kevin, you may have saw some of the press conferences taking place today where the LA fire officials and the police department and the county sheriff's department saying, if you don't have a reason to be on the streets, stay inside, stay where you are, because they need these streets to be clear. So what a relief to hear you say that you did not see a lot of traffic, being that we know that traffic is a problem in Los Angeles.
And kind of a testament to the fact, you know, you talked about how it was easy for these big, heavy trucks to get up the street. You know, we've got those red flag parking restrictions, and that is key. Without those, the street would be clogged with cars, and we'd have big problems getting those vehicles onto this into this area. So now, of course, they're able to do it. It can be kind of a nuisance for people who live in the area if they've got a hard time parking on these days, but it really pays off. It pays dividends, and you can ask those people in that neighborhood right now. They're very, very happy to see those fire trucks there.
I never knew how important those fire restrictions were until I sort of experienced it, and I thought, wow, this is incredible. All the streets are clear, so we do see it works. Mm-hmm. We are at the 10 o'clock hour. We are staying with our live team coverage of
FT, I saw a news article earlier that had a list of celebrity homes that had burned down.
Jacob, you know who that dude was right there? I think his name is Mickey Mace. He's like a big-time gambler on YouTube.
What?
I didn't realize the chat didn't like it that much, man.
They don't like you?
No.
I don't even read the chat. What were they saying?
I'm a clout chaser.
Oh.
Sorry for chasing me, brother.
Nah. Don't worry about it, man. People fucking talk all kinds of shit.
I know, I saw it whenever I dropped the $5 super
I just ignore it, bro. I don't
really care, man. I'm just getting out for fun, bro.
Yeah. You're here to cover the stories because this is where the stories are, bro. Just like everybody else, right?
It's starting to get a little boring.
Bakersfield, yeah. It happened in Bakersfield, I'd go over there. You know what I mean?
Like, want to go to town, man.
Some helicopters fucking went down or something. I'd go over.
Ever go to the area?
Yeah, I've been planning to go. I got.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Chat was mean to me.
I got rooms up there.
Oh.
What are you using to stream?
No.
Just to straight YouTube at? Oh,
I'm going home. I wasn't hooking my camera up like yours, but I can't find the. I wasn't hooking my camera up like yours, but I can't find the little adapter.
Embers and the sparks go up and come out of the side of this house, and they could approach the home next door. And so we've talked about so much loss, so much devastation. And we can see embers coming up
all this.
here through the home.
I'm sure she'll tell us.
Through the plants here, and there are still trees and plants up between these two homes, and a house that somehow survived might become the latest victim here in Pacific Palisades. It is just a really scary sight. It's too dark to see now. I don't know if we can swing around, Sean.
FT, are you sure?
The other side, but
you're
there's
not
nothing
behind
left on the other side of Bester.
There's no way the chat
continues
is that
all the
far
way
behind.
down into the village proper and all the way down in basically every direction. This entire neighborhood has been decimated. There are very few homes left standing in about a mile circle here in the village, and it is just a nasty, gnarly scene, and unfortunate because there was a sign of hope that this random house, there are spotted random homes that did survive and did not burn, that this one still might go. You thought you made it 24 hours. It had not burned. It had not caught fire. And
Test.
this home is still
Hungry
not
Rebel
out
said
of
test.
the woods just yet. It's just incredible the amount of devastation and the bad luck that you could make it this far and still find
what a ran
yourself
video.
at risk because this fire just continues. So much heartache and so many problems, guys.
Yeah, it certainly does. Jory, thank you. Speaking of heartache, we know Josh Haskell.
Frankly, I do feel like chat is slower than normal. But I also think FT is also behind.
Sort of the
even
devastating
more.
impact it has, this Palisades fire has had on the community.
Test,
Let's
test,
take a look at his
Ninja.
report.
16 seconds. See, 16 seconds is about average, actually.
To Palisades Village. I know that some of our reporters have brought images from there, including our air.
Twitch is only like 10 seconds, I think.
And I know we've seen the destruction from air.
Ping. Dear Showman says ping.
Someone that knows this community. I grew up in that community. My parents still live in that community. I cannot explain the level of devastation that I just saw. My photographer and I were literally numb
FT, you
from
were
driving
behind.
Sunset Boulevard from Chautauqua to Pacific Coast Highway.
Dear Showman, 2.5 seconds.
It
Really?
feels
No way.
like 50 to 75% of Pacific Palisades is gone. That is not an exaggeration. The amount of homes, I mean, we heard 1,000 structures this morning. It's definitely going to be way more than that. The whole business district pretty much is gone. Ralph's Supermarket gone. Gelson's gone. All the Starbucks on the corner, the Italian restaurant. I cannot explain. I never thought that I'd ever have to cover devastation like this, and the fact that it's my hometown, and the fact that, like, institutions, Pali High, the high school, my elementary school badly damaged.
That's from earlier, yeah.
Sick,
oh, there.
I've been wanting to
There's
do
the
like
sound.
a day here. Where are you
Well, I'm glad they saved the diamond exchange.
Are you going downtown? There's a fire downtown.
I have no idea where I'm going, dude. I just fucking put on GPS Santa Monica and look for fire.
Okay.
I don't know this area at all.
What are you listening to for the scanner? LAFD?
Scanner.
LAFD?
All of LA.
Have you heard of LA Captain? You can go to LA Captain on YouTube and get his fire feed, and he has all the fires. LA Captain on YouTube.
I have the actual scanners in my car. I just programmed it down here.
Okay, if you got them all, you're good.
I mean, Grunt or Bust, really, like...
All right, man, I'll see you on the next one.
You are supposed to choke out a fire
I'll contact you.
so that it can't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you put out fires. Chauvin is the expert. Ugh. Rogpog, thank you for the super chat. Homes probably burned to the ground, but the good news is I'm a great-grandfather as of today. Yes. Biden, is that you? I didn't know Biden was Rogpog. Rogpog 24905. It actually makes sense. That actually sounds like something Biden would say. He thinks his phone number is Rogpog 24905.
And hope it is to see scorched earth, scorched trees, something that used to be somebody's beautiful home containing all of their memories just destroyed right down to the dirt, down to the dust. And it really does hit you right in the heart to think about what this will mean to some family who will try to put their life back together once they're allowed back in to try to assess what the next steps are. Now, earlier this afternoon, I spoke to a woman. She had evacuated overnight. She was happy to come home and still find her home standing today, but she expressed a great deal of empathy for her neighbors who were not so fortunate. Let's
Plumber,
listen.
you hate fat kids? What about fat adults? Just fat kids?
One of my friends, it's a couple with 2 young daughters, and their house was one of the first ones to go over on the corner of Altadena in New York, and just, you know, they're camping out at a Hilton. They've lost everything, and it's just so traumatic especially for young people to go through something like that. The loss and the grieving, I feel it.
You know, oftentimes people talk about Southern California. It's a huge
You're
area.
fine with fat
People
chicks,
don't know their neighbors.
not
As
fat
somebody who grew
dudes?
up here, I can tell you it's not true. That I think people.
I'm gonna need you to
really
write out like
have
a
sense
whole,
of community and trying to help
either
those
a
around them. And
diagram
we certainly sense that here.
or maybe an
When we
essay.
were speaking to that woman just a little while ago, several hours ago, she talked about the fact that all of the people who live in the area have been in communication. They've been trying to help each other, offer someone a place to stay if they still have a home intact, and really just a sense of community and wanting to be a good neighbor. And I know that we're here still in Altadena, but I must tell you, Alex and Marla, that I know that area of Studio City very well. In fact, I put a bid in
Josh
on a
Owens,
house there
Rosie
on
Club.
Sunswept, so I
Josh
know that
Owens.
street. They have
Did
lovely
you know
views
that
look
Precious's
out.
real
They're a
name
little
is
bit
John
remote,
Owens?
and the streets are so narrow that sometimes you have to pull over so that the car can go around you to go the opposite direction. So for the fire department that would have been up in those hills trying to put out that fire, they would have had a very difficult job. And also the steep slope that sends right up the hillside that would have sent that fire burning at a rapid rate, again, would have been quite difficult.
Low-Q,
And then
there's
the
still
area that
some
they're
things
talking
burning,
about
but
there over off of Coldwater Canyon
most
is
of it-
eventually where I did live
most of it
for
is
some
out.
15 years. Same thing. A lot of people in the industry live up in those hills, and they move there for the view. But when you have a fire that's moving at that rapid rate, fueled by these Santa Ana winds, it is a recipe for disaster. But coming back here live to Altadena, again, you can see what people are having to contend with. And I'm sure a lot of people are asking themselves tonight, why wasn't my house saved? When you see one structure completely intact and then another one like this that literally could be a movie set, just total and utter destruction. Laura Diaz sending it back live to the studio. Alex and Marla.
Yeah, it looks like Universal Studios or something. Laura, thank you for all that perspective. Really interesting context there. We appreciate it.
All right, moving on to the schools. Los Angeles Unified School District.
Stopped at the ridge line near Piuma and Saddleback and has not moved further north. So that's the good news tonight. But as we know, these red flag conditions remain in effect until here along Pacific Coast Highway. Just a devastating scene as we kind of make our way down PCH. But the good news for some homeowners is that their homes are still standing, at least one behind us here near Topanga Beach Drive. We are live along PCH. I'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio now.
All right, Michelle Fisher live there along Pacific Coast Highway where that lone home looks like is still standing but endangered, as you see, where firefighters are putting up a fight to try to keep it intact and in place. Dallas Raines is joining us now. We're seeing the winds die down. We're kind of checking in with all of our reporters in the different locations. They're all reporting the same thing. The winds are dying down, but they're not gone.
No, they're
not, and they're going to blow through tonight and into Friday. So we're calling it now more like a moderate to weaker Santa Ana wind event compared to the excessive one that we had. But still, nonetheless, we have very dry conditions, very dry winds, and all.
Fire when we see a church that is not doing well.
And we were just talking about LAUSD, and you have board member Nick Malvoin with you.
That's correct. He just walked up here. So the church that we've been looking at all night is right across the street from an LAUSD elementary school. And I want to bring Nick in. Nick just happened to be walking by doing some assessments, and we just grabbed you really quickly. What have you observed? I mean, what is the latest here in the Palisades?
Yeah, well, things are moving quickly.
Nick
when I was here with the superintendent doing site assessments earlier today, just this afternoon, the church behind us was still standing. Pali Elementary, which I'm right adjacent to now, is mostly gone. But in addition to the announcement that the district made the schools are closed tomorrow, there have been so many rumors going out, and for my constituents, mostly in the Palisades, with Pali Elementary, with Marquez Elementary, and with Pali High, I wanted to be on the ground to make sure I was giving them up-to-date information. And we are pleased to report that Pali High is about 75–80% intact. Those students are not in school this week. They don't go back until next week because of winter break, and obviously we'll have site assessments and structural engineers. But for the most part, unlike what people were hearing last night, which is that Pali High may be gone, Pali High is mostly there. Pali Elementary is mostly gone. Marquez Elementary is mostly gone. Canyon Charter Elementary, which I was just at, is mostly there. So I'm just trying to update constituents. There's already so many heartbreaking stories of families and constituents who have lost their homes.
Where's the bucket,
Schools
Nick?
are closed tomorrow. To give them some peace of mind, one way or the other. Obviously, this is not the peace of mind I had hoped to say, which is that an elementary school has burned, but better to dispel rumors and make sure that they have accurate information. And we're here also just making sure that folks in the community are evacuated, thanking our first responders, and not only thinking about schools tomorrow and then Friday, but also thinking about a school like Pali Elementary, contingency plans for students in the weeks and months to come.
We appreciate you joining us to dispel some of those rumors, because this information, it's hard to get out, with so much going on, and crews in all these different places, it's hard to tell.
Some kid who
what has burned and what hasn't.
didn't write his essay started that rumor.
It's a high bar.
The school burned down, everybody. We don't have to go anymore.
It affects so many thousands
school burned
of families.
Down. Spread the
Talk
word
about that. I mean, what went into that decision that was made?
Yeah, so it's an incredibly high bar for me, and not only because students have missed too many days of schools in the last few years, but mostly just because we have a population unified where many families rely on us for childcare and for meals. But at the time we decided we wanted to make the school closure decision at a time where families had time to plan. And so around 4 o'clock when we were making that decision, we had 6 fires burning, including the Sunset Hollywood fire, which had just started up in the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. We had air quality. The Palisades is obviously incredibly hardly hit, and we have a few schools that, as we just discussed, are damaged beyond repair. But we also have hundreds of schools in the East Valley, on the
my
east
homework
side,
burned
near
up.
Altadena
Is a
and
convincing
Pasadena
excuse,
fires, where the air quality is really bad. And so we decided, at least for tomorrow,
everything
for
burned
Thursday,
up.
to make a closure
Couldn't
decision,
do my homework.
just to keep everyone safe, keep them off the roads, also for emergency vehicles and first responders to get to schools. And then we're reassessing on Friday. But today we only had a few schools closed in the Palisades, and then we had a few hundred closed on the east. It's on air quality, but we know that these are close calls. My bar is very high. I want kids in schools. I want families to have a place to go, but we also want people to be safe. And one thing, and folks should go to laschools.net for more information. But throughout LA Unified tomorrow, we have schools that will be open for food distribution. So for families who are in need of food or maybe emergency supplies, Red Cross shelters, they can go to our website laschools.net, and we have schools open in every region that are providing food for families who rely on the school district for basic needs.
Which is so important for so many families who are a part of LAUSD. Last one, I want to get you out of the smoke. I know you don't have any goggles on, which is so helpful. What is it like when you're walking around these schools and you're seeing this destruction? These are places where children learn. These are places that are kind of pillars of our community. What is that like for you personally to tour the damaged area?
It's been devastating. I grew up just next door in Brentwood. I played
Shout
soccer in the
out
Palisades. This is my
Barbara
community.
Jean.
I was driving around with my district director, whose kids went to Pali Elementary, whose kids went to Pali High,
We got
and
a
she lost her home.
78-year-old hunger in the chat,
but
or
the
at
thing
least
that's
watching.
been inspiring, and I know we've been hearing about it, particularly in the Palisades, but throughout
Bob,
LA,
thank you for
is how
bringing a new
people are
hunger
rallying
into the
together to
fold.
support their community, checking in on one another, making sure kids are okay, making sure there's continuity of learning. And, you know, schools like Pali Elementary, our public schools are civic cathedrals, but what makes them special is what happens inside.
Yeah, this
those
guy
schools,
likes
and the
a
relationships
little
with the
too
kids
much.
and their teachers and families. So
Almost
it's
suspicious.
heartbreaking. I'm a kid of the Palisades. I went to Mort's Deli and Jacobo's and played soccer at Pali High, so we're heartbreaking, but seeing the resilience and how our students and our teachers are saying we will rebuild and we will be there together for folks who need places to shelter or places to eat or places to go to school is really inspiring, and I'm just grateful and I'm proud to represent this resilient and amazing community of the Palisades.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Please get out of the smoke, get some goggles on. It's so intense.
Stay safe as well, and I hope all our watchers are staying safe and also following those evacuation orders and making sure up-to-date information. We'll be making an announcement by 4 o'clock tomorrow for schools on Friday, so please stay tuned.
All right, perfect.
Thanks.
Nick, thank you so much. Stay safe. We really appreciate you. Oh, you just heard it. That was such a chance encounter. You know, we've been standing across from this elementary
bet
school
he wanted
for the last
schools
several
shut down
hours.
for the entire year
the
for
physical
COVID.
outside of it, the facade is still intact. We didn't even know that that had been destroyed. That is a loss inside Pali Elementary. That we are standing right in front of.
You're nowhere
the
near
walls
the
are still
close
standing on
to the
outside.
oldest hangar.
That's part of the issue with having no electricity, no lights, no cell service in this area. You really can only see what you're able to physically light up in front of you and what you're able to see from the glows of fires like this behind us. So, you know, we're able to see the outside of that building,
Bob.
but we're
Good
not
to
able
see
to
you.
see the destruction anywhere around it. We obviously got here in the dark, so I'm sure you're able to see it when you're standing here.
46.
We've been watching this church
You're a young,
burn
spry
bit by bit.
chicken.
This is the Community United Methodist Church of the Pacific Palisades. When we got here, there was an actual structure here in the front. Gone. We've watched the beams collapse. We heard
I just
wall
noticed you
collapse.
accidentally said you're still a young
Utterly
ma'am.
devastating.
Low
And
Q,
the
is there
winds
something you want to tell
continue
us?
Just fly down south. They're all going south. It's all moving south now. Very strong. They've been
Low Q
moving
might have
those embers.
transitioned, everybody.
For a little while, we had a big firefighter presence just south of where we're standing. I assume that was to kind of leapfrog and to get ahead of where these embers are flying. They've now moved on to something else, and this is obviously dying down. There's really not a lot left here to burn. This is just a total loss. Completely gutted this church. Just scenes of utter devastation. And also for these kids that are affected, you know, with LAUSD schools, that is thousands and thousands of families that will not be going to school tomorrow, that will, you know, not have that child care tomorrow. That's a very big announcement, and they really don't take that lightly. So that's, you know, please stay up to date. Keep up with us here at Fox 11. We'll bring you the latest when they make that announcement tomorrow at 4 o'clock about the next day of school. But no school tomorrow for LAUSD. Marlon, Alex.
Yeah, good to see Nick Melvoin, who called into our coverage
Kids
last
these
night
days
at 1 in the morning.
get out of school for anything.
And out there tonight at Chelsea. We've all been putting in long days. Thank you. The state
that are just now completely reduced to rubble. Obviously, complete devastation here. We've been here really throughout the day talking to residents.
This definitely was from earlier, yeah?
Disaster Relief Fund to help provide much-needed assistance. Latest figures show that 335 schools, more than 211,000 students are impacted.
I think that was in Australia,
For more
though, or
information,
something,
we have a
right?
link on our website, foxla.com.
And we are just starting to hear about the number of celebrities who have lost their multi-million-dollar homes in the Palisades fire.
Maybe they'll give us a list.
We can tell you that Paris Hilton's Malibu mansion burned to the ground,
That's hot.
and so did the homes of actors
Had
Billy
to.
Crystal, Eugene Levy, John Goodman, Cameron
I
Matheson,
like John Goodman.
Ricky Lake, Anna Faris, and Adam Brody. Many others that we don't even know about yet, most likely as
They didn't say James Woods. Of course they don't. Of course they don't mention the one. What the hell? Of course they don't mention the one conservative celebrity.
But hundreds of homes. And when this is all done, we can understand that that number is definitely going to go up. And you see these officers that are driving through the area. They are working to protect these homes. People have evacuated, and the homes that are destroyed, well, there's no one protecting them. So we see a lot of the officers driving through the neighborhood, making sure there are not looters, making sure there are not people trying to come in and take advantage of a vulnerable situation. But you can also tell by this shot here at how dark it is. The power is still out to this area. The street lights are out. And we've also seen a lot of downed power lines. So when Sean and I were driving through, we had to be very careful. A lot of these roads were closed. Even though the power lines have been de-energized, you still want to be very careful. The winds snapped
Yeah, these
those
poor
lines,
celebrities. I'm actually thinking about starting a GoFundMe for these celebrities.
And we also saw a lot of debris.
We'll go and
we have some video that we want to show
we'll go
you
to
from earlier to show you how that
go to
fire
poor areas
is
and
far from over.
hand out collection plates so that we can rebuild these celebrities' homes.
A lot of businesses.
You know, we really, in these dark times,
possibly, I know,
we've got to
Sean
think
and I
of
were
the
driving up
celebrities.
Lake Avenue, we saw grocery stores destroyed. This is
It's
the
just
Bank
such
of
a shame.
America. As we arrived around 5:30, you just saw flames shooting from the roof.
Plumber,
you
yeah,
saw
crybaby
firefighters
James.
using hoses at the front entrance.
Buckets, man.
And then
Buckets.
You also
Buckets
saw
are the
people
theme
like
of the
this
day.
That were trying to
Oprah wants you to
water
donate,
homes
yes.
next door. They were trying to water some of the hot spots to save what was left, to keep these homes that had not burned down safe. That is something we are seeing tonight, that people, you know, even though they have been ordered to evacuate, Michael and Colleen, they're coming back and they are trying to save what is still standing, because this fire, as far as we know, there is 0% containment. And while we don't see any active flames and the winds have really died down compared to what we saw last night, it does not take a lot to move the embers from the fires that are still burning. We do see a lot of little fires, but that's gas lines that are up in most
Don't worry,
of these
those are
homes.
just
The gas
gas
has not been
lines.
turned off. So that is the glow that we are seeing as we drive through the neighborhoods. But that's the very latest, reporting live in Altadena. Back to you in the studio.
Are you also seeing a police presence out there? We were talking about the arrest of 3 looters earlier. Earlier, when I was driving in an area,
Has
I
anyone
saw
checked on
black and white
Diddy's
officers
home?
sort of patrolling out there.
I'm sure he has a home
what are
there.
you seeing? Any of that?
Yeah, just as you mentioned that, Colleen, another officer drove by us. We are seeing that. We see it on a lot of
Are they
blocks as we drive
gaslighting
through.
us?
We're actually seeing more officers than fire trucks, which is very good news, because these areas, no one is here. Most people have been ordered to evacuate, and if the homes are burned down, there's no one protecting these properties. So that's the good news out here, Colleen. We are seeing a heavy law enforcement presence.
And again, it's worth mentioning here that the Sunset Fire is in mop-up mode, and Robert Kovacic tells us that the LAPD will be out in Upper Nichols Canyon checking IDs and trying to keep looters out of that particular area as well. So
Speaking of Robert.
Yeah, well, it's like magic. Robert Kovacic live for us there in Studio City, just off of Ventura Boulevard.
Blaine, he's looking for loose kids.
Yeah, Michael, Colleen, unfortunately, these fires are starting to appear a bit like magic, unwanted magic.
Magic
and
fires.
We're about 2 miles away from where we last saw you with the Sunset Fire. This is another fire, very difficult to access, which is one of the reasons that we are down below. You can see the water that is flowing here, but the LAFD explained to us that they cannot allow our vans and our trucks to come up there because they're having trouble just getting a hook and ladder up there. As you can see, it really is a very narrow street, and then once you get up Veneta, you got to get up to Sunswept, and again, it just continues to be narrow. I did hoof it up there, and I can tell you that they tell me that there are 4 houses right now that they believe that are completely gone, 2 more being threatened, and also an area behind it where there is a lot of brush. And again, it's sort of the same concern you have with the Sunset Fire, because it burns through Runyon, and that is fuel. So what you don't want now is for the winds to pick up, for the winds to have those embers spread. We have no reason to believe that the embers from the Sunset Fire caused this fire. This will be under investigation. Is it possible? Sure. Anything is possible. It's really not that far away. But we are looking at right now a very dangerous set of circumstances here in Studio City, in the hills above Studio City. And to help me explain why it is so dangerous is a longtime resident, Michael Schul. Come on in there, Michael. Thank you. It's good to see you, and thank you for sticking around for us. Michael, like so many of us tonight, has received an evacuation order.
No.
Not yet.
No, we received an order to stand by for possible evacuation.
And are you doing just that?
Yeah, we got the cat box ready to grab if we need to, but we live further down the hill, so we feel fairly confident. I mean, we're like right at the bottom of the hill. The fire was right at the top of the hill, and it doesn't seem to be growing. So at the moment we feel okay, but we're just on alert.
Michael, one of the things that our viewers may not understand is that when you live in these hills, you receive a notice from the LAFD every year that you need to clear your brush. Usually it's a May 1st deadline that you get where you have to start clearing it. And if you don't, you can be fined. Do you and your neighbors follow that brush clearance abatement order?
As far as I know, I see people having clearance all the time. So, I mean, I can't speak for like every house on the hill. And the only thing is, I think there's a lot of open space that might be owned by the city or the government. I'm not exactly sure, but there's a lot of open hill, just like in Laurel Canyon and everywhere.
Well, you know, in these areas, they cherish their open space. We vote for this open space. We try to keep this open space. But of course, this can also be very dangerous. Well, it's great to have that, especially for our wildlife, but you never know what's going to happen, because when we have the rain that we had last year, and now we have these fires, there's fuel to burn. Tell me about how you learned about this fire. You and I were talking about that. You thought, okay, we're out of the woods here as far as this wind event is.
I've had friends and relatives call me all day, and I'm like, oh, we're fine. We're far away from the fire. And then I heard on the news that it was like hitting Laurel Canyon. My partner called me. I came home, and it still seemed okay, and then all of a sudden I heard 6 fire trucks go up the hill. I heard 1 fire truck go up the hill. I looked out the window, it's another one. I'm like, oh, shit.
Is it this immediate concern for you, excuse your language, is this immediate concern for you that when you see the wind, that's the big fear?
Yeah, I mean, I've never experienced a fire from being spread through wind before, but I know it happens. And so there was some concern. I see a lot of water coming down the hill, and it seems like they dropped a lot of water, and it feels damp outside. So I'm feeling like we might not have that particular problem at this moment, but I'm just guessing.
And that does appear to be the case. Michael Schultz, thank you very much. And please stay safe. Get that cat box ready and go if you need to go.
Thank you.
I know you will. The beauty here is, and the difference here is, if you can remember 24 hours ago when we were in the Palisades, no matter where you would have been standing here in the Los Angeles area, the wind is not a factor right now. And that is, as the LAFD explained to me when we left the Sunset Fire, we are in mop-up mode. We are looking for spot fires because the wind can be a... All
right, guys, they're in mop-up mode, which sounds like it's my cue to wrap up here. Thank you all for joining me this evening, this fine evening, to watch the destruction of California, the destruction of Los Angeles. Until next time, stay safe, hoggers. Stay away from fires. Don't go to Los Angeles. If you're in the path of the major snowstorm coming tomorrow or the next day, I hope you have plenty of beer and food. Jay, thank God. All right, we'll see you next time. So Hong and good night.